of all, I would like to welcome all of us to this webinar rather. The title of our webinar today is Mainstreaming Integrity, Reinforcing Trust. So, hello everyone. Selamat datang. Selamat datang to all our participants today. So this seminar is organized, or rather this session is organized by the Leadership Institute of Sarawak Civil Service in partnership with the State Human Resource Unit and State Integrity and Ombudsman Unit. So my name is Madeline Burma. In case some of you may be wondering, I am Madeline Anak Burma, okay? Because some people may be thinking, is she from Myanmar or anything? So I am Madeline Burma, and I'll be hosting and moderating today's webinar. So allow me to introduce the speakers. So one of the speakers, none other than Yang Berbahagia, Dato' Amar Jaul Samion, our Sarawak State Secretary. And we are joined by two very, very distinguished or rather public intellectuals, or they have been involved directly in the integrity or rather in the research related to integrity in Malaysia. Okay, we will be joined by Yang Berbahagia, Dr. Anis Yusal Yusof. Well, Dr. Anis, I worked with him previously. He is currently the principal research fellow at the Institute of Ethnic Studies at University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And formerly, he was the Deputy Director General of the National Center for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, GIACC, at Prime Minister's Department. So Dr. Anis is definitely well-versed when it comes to national, when you talk about governance, integrity, and anti-corruption. So often I will sit down and listen to him giving his talks and totally enjoy the work that he's doing and some of the sharing that he had made in the past. Okay. And last but not least, we will be joined by Yang Berbahagia, Prof. Emeritus, Dato' Dr. Abdul Rahman Embong, Prof. Rahman, as we call him. Students and colleagues like me, we used to call him Pak Rahman. Okay, so Pak Rahman, or rather Prof. Dr. Abdul Rahman Bong, is emeritus professor at the Institute of Malaysian and International Studies, IKMAS UKM. Okay, so without further ado, so I think we will begin our part one of our webinar today with the first presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Madeline Burma, Professor Hormat at the University of Malaysia Sarawak, our moderator for this morning session. First of all, I'm really honored to be invited by the organizers to be one of the panelists at this forum, together with the other distinguished panelists, Dr. Anis Yusal Yusof. Thank you very much, Dato'. Emeritus Professor, Dr. Abdul Rahman Embong. Thank you, Dr. Professor. A very good morning to all heads of departments, study bodies, local authorities, and GLCs, and all those who are watching us via Zoom webinar or any other apps available for this program. I'm indeed grateful to be given this opportunity to share my thoughts and views on the topic, maintaining integrity, reinforcing trust. Thanks to our organizer, Leadership Institute, and also our Unit Integrity Ombudsman Chief Minister's Department. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're aware, the State Civil Service 1020 is holding on to 6 shared values. One of these values is integrity. This emphasis on integrity reflects our seriousness in inculcating the culture of integrity in the civil service organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can see that integrity is one of our core foundations, one of the 6 shared values: integrity, professionalism, sense of agency, sense of ownership, teamwork, kind, and caring. In a series of speeches, Y. Victor Menteri has made a very clear statement about aspiration of state government towards achieving high-income economy and developed status with high integrity in the year 2030. Now, this demands the state civil service to be very efficient in order to strengthen the state competitiveness and resilience. And in this respect, the public service, including that of the federal service, must be highly competent and efficient and effective. And more importantly, to uphold the need to uphold high degree of integrity in carrying out our duties and responsibilities. In our pursuit to achieve and materialize these aspirations, we must develop and enhance the human dimension of the SCS. SCS means State Civil Service. First and foremost would be the question of values and ethics, which I think form the very basis to transparency and accountability. Therefore, it is vital for each and one of us to strictly adhere to the code of conduct of officers, provided for in the General Order, Chapters 4 of the State Public Service General Order 1996. Ladies and gentlemen, our integrity journey started in the early days when Sarawak gained independence with the formation of Malaysia. Now, let me begin by giving a quote by our first Chief Minister, the late Tan Sri Dato' Amar Stephen Kalorningkan, in his speech when he officiated the supervision course for civil servants on the 5th of November 1965. I quote, "I'd like to say a few words about integrity. My fellow ministers and I are very proud of the high standards of integrity of our civil service. And I like to stress that it is very important that we should continue to uphold this standard," unquote. Clearly, this demonstrated that our administration has always been serious on issues relating to integrity in the state and the civil service, as evidenced by the actions taken by our past and present leaders. The late Tok Nhan on the 15th January 2015 led his cabinet in taking integrity pledge, the first cabinet in Malaysia to do so. Our current Chief Minister, Yang Amat Berhormat Datuk Tinggi Dr. Abang Haji Abdul Rahman Johari bin Tun Abang Haji Openg, about 2 weeks upon his appointment, also led his cabinet to sign and take the oath of integrity pledge. Now, as further testament of to our Chief Minister's strong commitment in this direction, he appointed a minister in the Chief Minister's Department in charge of integrity and ombudsman on 7th May 2017. Now, with this appointment, Sarawak became the first state in Malaysia to have established such ministerial portfolio overseeing matters relating to integrity and ombudsman. And subsequently, on the 1st January 2018, our very own Integrity and Ombudsman Unit, in short we call it Union, was set up to further strengthen the government's drive for the state to achieve high income and developed status by the year 2030. The state government, the journey continues, and our journey continues, and to ensure greater openness, accountability, and transparency in the administration, the state, after discussion with the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission, MACC, agreed with the attachment of a senior MACC officer in the state in February 2019, who is now currently attached with Union. Now, the state government has also approved 118 posts for every state agency in the state civil service to set up their own integrity unit for the inculcation and implementation and monitoring of integrity initiatives in the respective departments. The MACA, the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Academy, started Certified Integrity Officers, CIO program in 2012. And by the year 2018, we, the State Civil Service in Sarawak, have 10 CEIOs. In 2019, with the assistance of MACA, we started our own program to produce our own CIOs. To date, the state has now 90 CIOs attached to their respective departments. Now, the CIOs and the agency's integrity unit will work together with the audit dalam Jabatan Ketua Menteri in the monitoring of action taken on the audit issues. The state has embarked on various programs and initiatives on integrity, spearheaded by the Integrity and Ombudsman Unit, encompassing all strata of society. What do all this mean? Now, it means one thing. It shows the seriousness of the state government and the civil service that integrity will be part of our culture and that every civil servant needs to be aware of this. Now, I like to touch on a very important subject, on the subject of procurement, which is one of the things, emphasis that we want to put in our civil service plan. All these reports do provide credible feedback to the government and other stakeholders as to how well the procurement process has been implemented, not only in terms of adherence and compliance with government policies, regulation, and procedure, but also the actual outcome or impact on the ground. For example, why are public programs or projects often delayed or cost more than planned and do not work as intended sometimes? The next question is, have these programs or projects been meticulously planned before they're implemented? Has the contract been carefully prepared so that government interests are well protected? Has there been an effective solution that the job is carried out based on approved specification? These are some of the issues normally raised by audits to determine that programs or projects are undertaken based on spec, within time, and also within budget. What is important here also is what action would be taken against the culprits who have been identified or exposed in the audit report on cases relating to extravagance, wastefulness, and fraud. Now, let me touch on some elements of an effective procurement system. Several key elements of an effective procurement system are as follows. One, a procurement regulatory framework should address all government contracts and should be consistent as possible. Two, transparency. Transparency ensures trust and confidence in the procurement system. Now, transparency includes effective advertising, clear public bid opening procedures, objective bid evaluation criteria, independent evaluation methods, consistent with the stipulation of the bidding documents, awarding of contracts to qualified vendors, publication of award results, and disclosure of signed contracts and prices. Effective number three, effective and fair procedure rules are important in open competitive bidding. Procurement procedures utilizing methods other than open competitive bidding must be restricted within appropriate limit. A government official engaged in purchasing should be independent from vendors, independent from bidders, independent from prospective bidders, interested parties, politicians, and political appointees. He or she, in fact, must act only in the public interest as defined by the legislature. Since the government official is the fiduciary or trustee for public money, he or she must spend the public money with care. The procurement rules and regulations must be fully followed and complied with. There must also be good procurement practice. Example, avoidance of monopoly of suppliers, review of suppliers of services who have been appointed for many years, among others. Officers need to avoid some of these pitfalls. Among others, Among others, these are contracts not signed to safeguard the interests of government, delay in signing the contract, procurement not managed according to established regulations, works done or services rendered not in accordance with original scope, low quality works or services rendered, unsatisfactory works maintenance, payment made for work services not carried out, not rendered, slow work progress, abandoned projects, cost overrun due to delays in project completion, variation orders carried out by contractors before approval from the work variation committee or the authority concerned is obtained, variation orders approved after the contract lapsed, certificate of practical completion issued even though projects are not completed, or even after completion, but services not properly carried out by the contractor in lack of or no coordination among parties involved in procurement. So to seek excellence in procurement, the possible underlying causes for problems on procurement or contract planning and the execution must be addressed. And these areas are things like unreasonable prices of goods, items supplied below standard of spec, improper payment, procurement through middlemen, tender and services dipecah-pecahkan jadi kecil-kecil, management of public assets, failure to conduct due diligence, and sometimes involvement of unseen hands. Procurement practices should address issues of accountability, integrity, transparency, ethics, value for money, and a professional workforce. Several best practices for government procurement processes are outlined as follows. Number one, enhance the knowledge and the skills in handling procurement by conducting periodical trainings to the procurement personnel at the ministry, at the department, and at the agency level. Periodical internal procurement inspection at least once in 6 months, and the job rotation in the various aspects of procurement. Number two, enhance the work system and capability of personnel as follows. Restructure the tasks with the actual work burden in line with the cabinet memorandum on proposal to enhance the governance system and procedure relating to government procurement at every ministry. Restructure, involve other people where appropriate in the procurement process to reduce dependence on certain officer. For good governance, compliance with government regulations and procedure is a must for every civil servant handling public money. In this regard, we have to ask ourselves, why is that government projects sometimes delayed in their completion? Why the cost escalations were incurred? And if it involved buildings, why were there numerous quality problems? If it involved developing ICT system, the deliverables are often not reliable, resulting in double work. Why should this be the norm for the private sector? Doing business with the government is indeed good business because the price is lucrative and you get your payment pretty fast. Why do some people involved in managing government programs and projects seems to be lackadaisical in discharging their responsibilities? So, to the public servants are careless in their work, and this has possibly caused losses to the government and wasting taxpayers' money. But the impression is that nothing will happen to those who are directly responsible for the losses. Jalan Kuasa Anti Rasuah Negeri, JSRWAP, has decided that procurement as a mandatory risk area that needs to be addressed through OACP. Now, ladies and gentlemen, every department should have good procurement policy, which emphasize on good governance. On accountability and integrity issues of JLCs, it is about practicing good governance Business entities are expected to make profits, although we know in business, making losses are unavoidable, especially in the early years of its operation. However, if the companies continue to incur losses despite assistance from the government, then there ought to be a total review of its business structure and strategies. The government is serious in addressing the issue of accountability and integrity in the public service. The State Financial Secretary Office, SFS, has issued Garis Panduan Pelaksanaan Integrity Pact dalam perolehan kerajaan negeri in 2020 as part of our initiative to ensure transparency and accountability in our all procurement process. The tone at the top is very clear in terms of imbuing the culture of accountability in organization. Staff ought to remember that in their day-to-day work, they will be audited, and someday they might be investigated and penalized or punished for their mismanagement of public money. The government is encouraging whistleblowing by providing adequate attention to whistleblowers. So let us collectively work for the betterment of society by enhancing our accountability and integrity. Now, to the heads of departments and controlling officer, you play a very major role in the administration, including finance and expenditure. If head of departments fail to comply, misuse or abuse your power, and take things for granted, the state will suffer because of the lack of morale and integrity. As civil servants, we must give undivided loyalty and devotion to the state and the government. Now, as head of department or as the controlling officer, you should, one, be wholly responsible on the audit issues and action to be taken from there on. Not just acting on how to answer the audit queries. We are sometimes busy with how to answer the queries, but we must also act to address these queries and take preventive measures, punitive measures to avoid repeat of such mistakes in the future. The two, undertake the agreed actions upon, must provide status update to audit dalam Jabatan Ketua Menteri from time to time. Another thing I want to stress is the matter related to human resource. For example, one of our shared values is kind and caring, but it does not mean that the head of department should cover up the wrongdoings of officers. We need to stop all this. It's time for us to take relevant action to such behavior. I am not asking for punishment before judgment, but to take action if there are issues and clearly he or she has committed mistakes or offenses as spelled out in Chapter 4 of the State General Order 1996. Now, as head of department, as supervisor, as senior officers in the organization, you must be stern and firm in taking action against errant or problematic staff. Do away from the wrong way of kasihan attitude. Need to take definitive disciplinary action on officers or staff who have committed wrongdoings or are in contravention of the rules and regulations of the civil service, and you should set exemplary conduct to reflect your leadership. And of course, monitor all of your staff who are living beyond official emolument and other legitimate private means. Ladies and gentlemen, our top leaders have given us the full trust and confidence to perform our duties and responsibilities accordingly. The Chief Minister himself has urged all civil servants to be transparent and focused on service delivery to the Rakyat, and may I quote his statement during the DUN sitting in May 2019. We are fully committed to have a clean and transparent state government. We are focused in our efforts to achieve high integrity and corruption-free government. Now, the Amanah, Majlis Amanat Perdana Integrity or MAPI is the premier event for our Chief Minister to chart the direction and commitment and support of the state government relating to integrity programs and initiatives. I like to quote his statement during MAPI 2019. Quote, saya akan pastikan kerajaan negeri meletakkan integriti dan anti rasuah sebagai salah satu keutamaan dalam gerak kerja tahunan. The State Civil Service has put in place its own shared values, which I just mentioned earlier on. These are values which all civil servants must uphold when discharging their duties and responsibilities. We continue with our journey to strengthen integrity in our administration by adopting management tools introduced by the federal government. In 2018, we proceeded with the Corruption Risk Management CRM plan for the state agencies. Now, to date, 56 state agencies have completed their CRM plan, and we are now in the implementation stage. In 2019, federal government introduced the National Anti-Corruption Plan, NACP, whereby through this plan, every government agency needs to come up with their own plan, which is known as the Organizational Anti-Corruption Plan, OACP, which is a fundamental anti-corruption document at the organizational level to curb weaknesses and issues regarding governance, integrity, and anti-corruption within the organization. The state agencies, including statutory bodies, local authorities, and government-linked companies, have developed their OACP, facilitated by our very own facilitators, selected from amongst the CIOs trained by the Institute Integrity Malaysia. And I am proud to announce that the Chief Minister's Department of Sarawak, comprising all 11 units under the department, became the first to complete the OACP. I'm informed that 63 agencies have completed the OACP, while 23 more agencies are in progress. And I must congratulate all of you for taking seriously the initiative 2.1.5 of National Anti-Corruption Plan, i.e. preparing the OACP to enhance integrity, strengthen governance, reduce corruption at the agency level. Now, it's not just about preparing the OACP, it's about the importance of monitoring the implementation. Do we implement what we plan? If we don't, then OACP becomes just a document. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to inform that the Pejabat Setiausaha Kerajaan Negeri Sarawak, SS Office Sarawak, has been awarded with the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Champion 2019 for its dedication in inculturation of integrity throughout the state. To further enhance the culture of integrity to the society at large, we collaborated with UNIMAS and MACC in 2019 with a live theater showcase entitled Sarawak Pertiwiku, performed in Kuching and at the prestigious Istana Budaya Kuala Lumpur. We have taken numerous outreach integrity programs to disseminate the integrity values to all Sarawakians, including in the rural areas. These programs would continue in collaboration with various government agencies and NGOs, and we want to make sure that we reach out to as many people as possible the message of integrity. As today, Unit Integrity in various state departments has executed 121 integrity programs from the state. Now, the report from MACC on Tangkapan Penjawat Awam Negeri Sarawak bagi tahun 2017 sehingga 2021 shows an increase in number. This is because we are taking integrity issues seriously. Jabatan Audit Negara has released the Accountability Index 2018 for state agencies. It shows a very good performance, whereby 24 out of 32 agencies awarded with 5-star rating. What's our future plan for the state? The Jaduankuasa Khas Cabinet mengenai anti rasuah under the chairmanship of Yang Amat Berhormat Prime Minister has decided to make it mandatory for every agency to adopt and certify under MSISO 37001 2016 Anti-Bribery Management System, ABMS. The state will also follow suit, and we will identify agencies for certification as pilot projects to make us more familiar with this certification scheme. To get this off the ground, I would like to see that the Chief Minister's Department be the first to undertake this certification. Currently, we do not have any specific measurement on the corruption index for the state. In fact, we still rely on the Malaysian index as provided for in the Corruption Perception Index, CPI, published by Transparency International. In this regard, we hope to work on and collaborate with appropriate academic institutions or any parties or expertise to come with mechanism which may assist us in developing a system to gauge the state's corruption index. With such mechanism, we would hope to further enhance our future programs and initiatives pertaining to integrity and eradication of corruption. I've been made to understand by MACC that Sarawak Civil Service ranks at number 4 position in public service corruption ranking in Malaysia, as conducted by MACC. So congratulations to the Sarawak State Civil Service. That means it is a challenge to all of us to enable our civil service in achieving the top position for being free of corruption or the best among the states in Malaysia. I therefore call upon each and everyone in the state civil service to steadfastly continue with our efforts in eliminating corruption and to uphold integrity at all levels of the public administration. Kita perlu hapuskan ruang dan peluang untuk salah laku, terutama sekali di kalangan pejabat awam di negeri Sarawak sebagai contoh teladan kepada sektor yang lain. Ladies and gentlemen, the message from this webinar is very clear and simple. We must go back to basics. We want our officers to be taught the best and not forgetting the basic values such as honesty, sincerity, and integrity. We want our public services to give the best to the rakyat in any circumstances, be it in the center of power corridor or the utmost remote area in Sarawak. We are all marching together harmoniously to this beloved state to be the best. As a civil servant, we must show good example to the community. We belong to the community and we must serve the community or rakyat with sincerity and full commitment, which will lead to excellent service delivery. I'd like to take this opportunity to leave a message to all civil servants in Sarawak. Do your job with sincerity and honesty, and that's integrity. Do not procrastinate in your job. Do it now, not to delay it when it can be done immediately. Walk the extra mile. Do more than required or work beyond expectation. But of course, in doing so, you must adhere to approved procedures and process. I call that excellence. Walk the talk. Take action, not just talk, not NATO. Promises made must be met or acted upon. We must think of the person we serve with empathy. Develop and nurture trust to the SCS by the rakyat and stakeholders as well. Serve the public equally. Serve them fairly and never discriminate in any form or whatsoever. Do not pass the buck around. We must accept responsibility. Be knowledgeable and be aware of the situations around. Always serve with pride and the best of your ability. Let me quote Mr. Nelson Mandela. Quote, honesty, sincerity, simplicity, humility, pure generosity, absence of vanity, readiness to serve others, qualities which are within reach of every soul are the foundation of one's spiritual life. It is time to return to those old core values, values which inherited from the past generation, like honesty, sincerity, integrity, and so on. Time to go back to basics, to self-discipline, and respect to the rules and regulation, to consideration for others, especially our clients, to accepting responsibility for yourself, your family, your community, and not shuffling off on other people in the state. As additional benefit, the digitalization agenda of the state is also expected to reduce corruption by promoting transparency opening government information to public scrutiny, and by automating government processes, restricting discretion of officials, and limiting citizens' interaction with gatekeepers to access key services. In respect of this, I'd like to see many more processes to be documented and automated in order to reduce human interference, human involvement, and discretionary in making decisions. Again, I'd like to urge all head of department as chairman of Jawatankuasa Tata Tertib Jabatan and Jawatankuasa Tata Tertib Kumpulan Pengurusan dan Profesional, as well to make use of audit findings as additional source of information of breach of any of the provisions of the State General Order 1996 to investigate further in accordance with Rule 16 or Rule 17 of the Public Service Commission's Rules 1996 and take disciplinary action if proven guilty. I strongly believe that our civil service is well positioned to achieve this vision of world-class civil service. We're able to move to be where we are now and to continuously move forward, primarily with a strong commitment and professionalism of the entire civil service. In addition to that, the Sarawak Civil Service is fortunate to have dynamic and progressive state government, which, with the farsightedness and visionary leadership of our Chief Minister and his strong support to put integrity is one of the state's main agenda. I would like to promote, lastly, I would like to promote and to all members of the civil service to embrace 3 important core values, i.e., honesty, sincerity, and integrity. These 3 core values will enable us to deliver 3 most important tasks of the civil service, which is number 1, service, number 2, service, number 3, service. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato' Amar, for your very, very powerful speech. That was really something. I am so honored to be to moderate your session, and also to the other 2 speakers later. I am really, I mean, as I sit here listening to you delivering your speech, that was really a very powerful one. The words that you use, especially the last part, you know, honesty, sincerity, you know, integrity, and the word was service, service, and the last one also service. Thank you very much, Dato' Amar. Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now let's move on to our next speaker, and that is I'm inviting our second speaker, our second panelist, Dr. Anis Yusof.
Terima kasih, Matt.
Yep, thank you.
Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar, State Secretary, yang saya hormati, guru saya juga Pak Rahman, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor. This is a great privilege for me to return to Sarawak after many years, especially during this COVID period. I'm able to take a flight back and to be reminded of all the things that Sarawak state government have done in terms of reinforcing integrity. So what Dato' Amar mentioned just now, you know, it's a good report card kind of things for me, because I've been involved in helping out Dato' Talib Zulkifli in the beginning when he became the minister in charge of governance, ombudsman, and integrity. Sarawak is very special to me personally, and hence why I'm here again. I just want to caution us, you know, when the theme of this conference, when we talk about mainstreaming integrity, my worry is the moment it's mainstream, it get lost in the radar. I think sometimes things that mainstream, we must also have it on the side, that we have to be reminded all the time. You know, honestly, after listening to Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar, I don't know what else that I can say. You know, he has covered it all, he has said it all. I don't think anything else that I said would be useful to this forum. But however, if I'm allowed, I want to give a different perspective about this whole topic. I think to reinforce this whole, the trust part, first, we need to understand why this integrity, that word integrity, why is it important? I think if we continue to talk about this subject but deep down inside, kalau dalam hati kita tidak faham kenapa integrity itu penting, we can talk till cows come home, Jadi I hope that in the next 20 minutes I'm able to put in perspective of why integrity is important. And I chose this picture to start with for a reason. As you can see, well, you all are familiar with this great building on the right, where all the state legislature goes to write good laws for the state. But there is also the other building on the left, which represent the faith. Jadi kalau kita focus on trust, I think it's important that religion plays an important part in this whole exercise. I mean, of course, there's the mosque, I'm sure the church and the temple and other faith-based religion plays an important part as well. So these are the two important symbols that we need to take on. Let me start by just sharing this very powerful quote. I know that I saw earlier just now, Paraman also has using this same quote. This Warren Buffett said that look for three things in a person: intelligence, energy, and integrity. If they don't have the last one, don't even bother with the first two. The point here is that who is this Warren Buffett to say this? This guy, he made his money at a very young age. When he was 16, he already have 55,000, became billionaires. This guy probably now worth more than 74 billion. But the point that I want to tell all of us today is that he still lives in a 5-bedroom house in Nebraska that he bought in 1956 for just $31,000. Imagine, I think in our culture today, the moment you have money, you want to build a mansion or palace, but this is the kind of person and why integrity is important to him. So let us move on, because I think the theme that I want in the next now 16 minutes is about making sure that we realize why integrity is important. So for that, I have three stories to tell. The first story is her story. Second story, his story. It's always her story first before his story. And finally, it's our story. I have been going to Sarawak to speak, and I'm sure among the people in the audience, they have listened to this presentation, but it's all right. It's good to have a refresher, good to be reminded sometime, because I feel that these stories are the one that's important that we need to be reminded all the time. So what is this her story about? It's about this lady by the name of Miss Malaysia. And I want to use three indices. One is the Human Development Index, the other one is the Global Peace Index, and the third is the Corruption Perception Index, for us to relook at ourselves. How do people perceive us? Because these indexes are all prepared by international agencies. And this is how they compare us with all the other countries in the world. In terms of the UNDP Human Development Index, we are number 62 out of 189 countries, with life expectancy at 76.2, expected years of schooling 13.7, and our gross national income per capita is about $27,000. In terms of Global Peace Index, this was done by the Institute of Economic and Peace out of Sydney. They are much, in terms of peace, we are much better. We are number 20 in the world, among the countries that have been recorded. But our worrying trend is in terms of the Corruption Perception Index. We are number 57 of 180, and with a score of 51. In 2019, when I was still working at GICC, we managed to score 53. The rank was 51, but last year somehow we slipped down. But let us, with understanding of how people perceive us, let us look at two scenarios. 10 years to come, it's important for us to look at these two scenarios. The first scenario is that corruption becomes a way of life. If corruption becomes a way of life, what would happen to us? Obviously, politicians will be corrupted. They use money politics to buy votes. Civil servants will profit for their own benefit. Businessmen will bribe as a way to secure projects. And religious leaders akan menghalalkan yang haram. What happened to law enforcement officers? They will turn not just a blind eye, maybe sometimes they close both eyes. And community will be oppressed and distressed. Youth, because there are no good role models, so they will look at people like Jolo, and others. And anti-corruption agencies and integrity unit will be shut down. Now, let us look at some of the outcomes of this scenario. Obviously, with this scenario, the country in ruins, government paralyzed, business lethargic. I mean, who would come and invest in a country like this? And people will be marginalized. Question, do you think that there is already a country out there that have achieved this? Let me just share with you a few examples of the kind of country, the failed state. One is Somalia. When I was working for UNDP, even we cannot have the data for us to compare Somalia with the other countries. The life expectancy data is something that I got from WHO, because they are not listed on the Human Development Index. So you cannot see the problem there from Human Development perspective. In terms of Global Peace Index, they are number 158 out of 163, bottom 5. And in terms of Corruption Perception Index, actually, although it's put there at 179, they shared with another country, the last two countries, with a score of 12 out of 100. We scored 51. So we have to compare and see us in comparison with the worst country in the world. Second on the list is actually Zimbabwe. And I chose Zimbabwe because Zimbabwe is one of those countries that got its independent much later compared to the rest of the countries that they got in the 80s. But in a short time, they got their independence. Look at what happened to Zimbabwe. We know Mugabe for forever. He just passed away recently. And the Corruption Perception Index in Zimbabwe is at a score of 24. They are 157 out of 180 countries. In terms of peace, also, they're not that good. They're 131 of 163 countries. And Human Development Index, you look at the gross national income per capita in Zimbabwe, while we had ours at 27,000, theirs is only $2,600. This country used to have this as their banknote. They have $100 trillion, as a note. You know why they need to have such a big donation like this? Because otherwise they have to carry so much cash. At one time, they are known as starving billionaires. They could be billionaires, but they are starving. They probably carry that much cash to have just one roti canai, or to have a Sarawak laksa, a plate of Sarawak laksa. So this is the situation. And of course, now they're using other currencies as a mean for them to do business transaction. Closer to home is Myanmar. Look at statistics in Myanmar. Human Development Index, their GNI per capita is only 4,009. Life expectancy is 67 compared to us. We are much better. In terms of peace, security as well, they are 127. We are number 20 in the world. But corruption, they are slightly better than Zimbabwe. Their score is 28. So if we compare us, and I know this country rather well, because Sasuchi attended one of my lectures. If we compare these three nations, of course we are much better. But why do we compare ourselves with the worst, or the worst neighbor that we have? Certainly, we need to look at the other scenarios. But this is important for us to see. If we fail to uphold, to do all the things that Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar mentioned just now, if the state civil servant fail to deliver those good values, we are going in this direction. Now, scenario B, 10 years to come, if integrity is a way of life, but this is the way that we want to go. See what will happen. Politicians serve the people over themselves. Civil servants provide first-class public service delivery. After all, you're a civil servant, you serve the public. Businessmen win contracts on merit and are honest and trustworthy, and religious leaders guide followers to the right path. What happened to the enforcement agencies? They can enforce the law without fear or favor. The community enjoy quality of life. What happened to the youth? Of course, the youth are inspired and become responsible future leaders. And what happened to the integrity unit and anti-corruption agencies? Well, no longer needed. If they have able to get the whole society to become so good like this, we don't need it anymore. Countries like New Zealand don't even have anti-corruption agencies. Anyway, let us look at the outcome of this scenario. Country prosperous, advanced, secure, government efficient, effective, business thriving, and of course, ultimately, the people of that country will have high quality of life. Now, can you guess? Is there a country out there that have achieved this scenario? Of course, there are. Let's look at Denmark. Let's look at Human Development Index of Denmark. They are ranked 10 of 189 countries. Look at the life expectancy in Denmark, 80.9, better than us. Expected years of schooling, 18.9. We were only 13. And look at the gross national income per capita, $58,000. We were only 27,000. Of course, then people will say, well, Denmark is a small country with small population, but we can take maybe Sarawak and compare Sarawak with Denmark. And I think that should be the benchmark for Sarawak civil servants to make, that you want to be the Denmark of Malaysia. Look at the country. Look how pretty. Don't you want to see the Rejang River to look like this? This is, some ways for us to imagine how those countries with a good perspective in terms of index, in terms of managing corruption, where they are. Now let's look at New Zealand. In terms of statistics, look at life expectancy in New Zealand, 82.3. Baik, kalau kita nak panjang umur, kita semua pun pindah duduk New Zealand juga. Look at their GNI per capita. This is real. We can be like this. Look at the country, and I always joke whenever I show this slide. When a country is prosper and progress so good, even the kambing also looks so pretty. Look at the country. So sometimes we need the imagination. So the pictures help us to visualize and see that where we are and where we want to go and why. We are not that far behind. But the choice is between going the direction of New Zealand and Denmark, or the Somalia and Zimbabwe. Obviously, sometimes whenever I make this comparison, there's some people will say, oh, why compare us with, negara bukan Islam? But, mind you, New Zealand, in the Sharia compliant index, they are on the top list. Malu, negara Islam. Nothing to do with Islam. It's how the people in the country is behaving. I think this is where we should be looking at the attitude, the culture change. So now, by looking at just that perspective, giving us a worldview, I want to move us to another part, the history of the things that I've been writing in the past. I wrote a lot of things. This one, I don't know why the editor said something wrong with our way of life. I titled it, Everything is Wrong with Our Way of Life, because it is. We seem to make virtue out of pursuit of material self-interest. We become so materialistic as a society. So how do we change that? Again, this is that the enculturation process that needs to be done. While all the things that we have, but we need to understand the root of corruption. So that survey that we gave just now, earlier on, was good. That some people say greed, some people say because of power position. So how do we manage? How do we balance those things? The need to live with integrity, that's clearly. I wrote books about combating corruption, memerangi rasuah, the national integrity system, many books. The most recent is this recentering governance, which I did with Syed Abu Qasim. But until I read this book by Kautilya, in this book, 2,400 years ago, Kautilya already mentioned there is corruption happening. So corruption is nothing new. If you take the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, this is the map. Those red-colored are those who scored below 40 and 50, and only the highest one, the 1900s, are the one in yellow. And you look at almost all 3/4 of the world are in red. So we are slightly lighter than red, but kind of orange, but still we need to be like New Zealand, you know, and this is real. So we are fighting a real battle. Instilling integrity is important as a way to fight corruption. If you look at the Corruption Perception Index, I want to compare us with two countries, with South Korea and with Indonesia. You look at one point, Malaysia in 2006, Malaysia and South Korea about the same position, but South Korea just went up above us and maintained at 56, 55, and they remained above us. And in 2018 they went up, in 2019 59, and 2020 they went up to 61. Well, whereas ours was like a roller coaster. We were going down 47, 47. Fortunately, the effort that we did in 2018, 2019 went up to 53, but 2020 we went down to 51. But look at Indonesia. For the last 15 years, they've been going up and up and up and up. 37, 38, 40. And I told friends, if we're not careful in the past, we might just, they might overtake us. But, something happened in the last few years when the KPK laws was repealed, a few things was taken from KPK, they became a bit ineffective, and hence their score went down to 37. But this is important for us to look at where we are going and in comparison with our neighbors and where we are. I have a few more minutes left. I want to just rush us because the important part is coming, this cause of corruption. Most of the time when we talk about corruption, people don't understand what is the cause. And I want to explain briefly. Using actual report, this is Utusan Online reported in April 3rd, 2011. This is the report when Dato' Sri Mustafa Ali, he was the Deputy Chief Commissioner of MACC at that time when they arrested some people at the Customs Department. He estimated the country loses 108 billion income every year. That's a lot of money. How do we lose 108 billion from Customs Department? To give an example, an imported car worth 2 million once they came in because of the import duty and the local taxes. That 2 million would cost 4.9 million. That means the moment you reach at the port, the person already paid the 2 million, but the remaining 2.9 million has to be paid. They could bribe people, and there are cases. When both Pak Rahman and I, we were on the advisory panel, on the prevention panel of MACC, we were told how the X-ray machine at the port could be tampered, where whatever goes through those big containers, instead of the Ferrari, it reads Alat Perabot Indonesia. Hence, they pay only 300 ringgit worth of taxes. So this thing happened. This is just one example, just to illustrate so that we understand. Imagine how many cars are coming in, how many other things that needs to be taxed, and yet they came through and so this estimate of 108 billion income every year from one department, it's a lot of money. 1 billion is 1,000 million. What can we do with 108 billion? To build a hospital in Rompin, a state-of-the-art hospital, we spend 110 billion. 110 million, we get a state-of-the-art hospital. Now you help me to count how many hospitals we could not build because of corruption. Because that year we lost 108 billion because somebody doesn't have integrity. The country lost the opportunity to build how many hospitals? That's just hospital. What about schools with good facilities? What about universities, roads, bridges, homes and shelters? Now, this is an important question to ask ourselves. Now, at this point, do you think that corruption or integrity is not important? Corruption is certainly bad for the nation, but integrity is important for us to have in ourselves. I know that my time is up in just 20 minutes. I have the third part, but I think I will use the third part because the third part will be more related to I will just scan to, this is just a survey that I did. But it will talk about just if you can give me 1 minute, Matt, just so
Okay.
that when the
Last 1
discussion,
minute, Anis. Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
The population prone to corruption. When we did this anti-corruption plan, I was involved when we were doing the National Anti-Corruption Plan to be launched in 2019. We took the actual data. So the actual data was about 30,000 records from MACC, and we dissect that records, and we found that from that 20,000 cases complaint, 63% of it came from public official, meaning to say 63% of the cases are done by public official. Of course, people will say, why blame only the public official? But this is real data. And of course, every time when we talk about 62% of these people, the giver also are equally responsible. And we know the giver, which sector the giver came from. But people who receive both the giver and taker are equally important. And of course, the other data from the same 20,000 records, we found that 42% of the area prone to corruption are in the area of procurement. So Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar, very right in pointing out that we need to make sure that your procurement system are checked, are done properly. So with actual data, then you know, in fact, if you look at the OECD report, clearly stated the public procurement has been identified as the government activity most vulnerable to corruption. As a major interface between the public and the private sectors, public procurement provides multiple opportunities for both public and private actors to divert public funds for private gain. Paling mudah for them to siphon money is through procurement. So we need to enhance that, and that's why in the if you look at this framework that we designed for the National Anti-Corruption Plan, the focus was on public procurement. You can see the public procurement is one area, the public sector is the other. But we also put emphasis on political governance because that's the 1MDB and all the other problems. But to make sure that we also realize that we need to address, we need to have the proper court system, the proper judicial system for corruption cases. And we don't miss out these two other parts, law enforcement, because that's where the opportunities are. The law enforcement unit department, you know, in the case of custom, we saw was the problem. Why they? Because they're exposed. They could see the opportunity and they take the opportunity for them to do the wrong thing. And corporate governance, we need to create clean business environment. So last 10 seconds, I think ultimately this is important. No matter what you do, I think what I drive home in the last 20 minutes is that we must first understand ourselves, you, yourself, each one of you. No point of talking about other people, no point of preaching to others, but tell yourself, you have to be a person of integrity, you have to carry yourself. This last slide that I always use in my presentation is to explain, you know, when baby is still in the mother's womb, God created the heart first. You know, you can hear the heartbeat. The brain is put much later. But the problem with our society, and this is universal everywhere in the world, the moment the baby is out, we are busy about trying to make our kids smart. We send to school, we send to tuition, we send ballet, we send to piano classes, by the time they get to universities, the kepala is so besar, they became besar kepala lah. But nobody touches the heart. So the heart gets smaller and smaller. So by the time they graduate, besar kepala satu, but they become heartless person, and that's why the things that we are facing today, the problem, the challenges, masalah integrity or corruption, are all done by people yang tak ada hati perut. You know, there is a Malay saying of that, tak ada hati perut, and so true. So we need to balance. We need to have, while they are bijak sana, they must be bijak di sini. The heart must also be touched, and I hope that this program. And I'm speaking from my heart, and I hope you reach the heart of, I don't know how many people now, there are 675 participants out there. If not all, if 100 of you can take what I'm saying in the spirit that you're going to make the change, you're going to be the change agent, and what Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar mentioned earlier are things that you need to soldier on and push the agenda, and I wish Sarawak all the very best, that you lead Malaysia in terms of making to show that Sarawak is the example state, since you're the first to have the OACP, that you show what it means to put integrity in the right place and to reinforce trust. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato' Anis. I enjoyed your presentation. That was really very powerful. And
you.
now, last but not least, I would like to welcome Prof. Emeritus, Prof. Dato' Rahman. So, Prof. Rahman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dato' Madeline, Mike, and Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar, the State Secretary of Sarawak, Saudara Dato' Anis, who has just made his presentation, members of the Secretariat, and ladies and gentlemen, participants of this webinar, Mainstreaming Integrity, Reinforcing Trust. I would like to express my appreciation and thanks to the Sarawak government and to the Leadership Institute for bringing me on board in this program. Being the third speaker is an advantage and at the same time also a disadvantage, because the issues that I intend to cover have been covered first by Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar, whose speech was very compelling, very inspiring, very powerful, as the chief civil servants in the state of Sarawak, giving directions, giving advice, and providing visions and all that. And I think that is the kind of tone from the top that we need for this agenda of integrity. Dato' Anis has spoken about her story, his story, and our story with very compelling examples and comparisons, and with scenarios about what happens if we don't institute integrity. Corruption will become a way of life, and we will be like the countries that we shouldn't be, and we miss to become countries like, say, New Zealand or Denmark or countries of that sort. And that means we should compare not with the worst, but with the best. Now, having said that as a caveat, what I would like to do now is to zoom in on the question of integrity and earning trust. But I paraphrase my discussion with the phrase "in line of duty." And this is, of course, not an original phrase. It was used to refer to the work of police officers, soldiers, and others whose job has elements of danger and they may have to sacrifice their life. But the point I want to emphasize here is that while different jobs may have specific demands, the essence is basically the same: integrity, honor, courage, and competence in the performance of the job, in the line of duty to provide service to the public. So I'm arguing that the phrase "in line of duty" can and should also be used for other types of job or other types of professions which have to be done with integrity, honor, courage, passion, and competence in the service for the public and the nation. Such kind of commitment, such kind of demands to ourselves to provide the best, indeed is in line of duty. Of course, the moderator, Dr. Mac, just now said that he knows where it's coming from. Of course, there was this TV series, BBC TV series in 2012, and the gist of the story is that an authorized firearms officer who refused to cover up the case of a member of the team for shooting was transferred to an anti-corruption unit. And in that anti-corruption unit, he exposed the kind of corruption that takes place there, the links between the top leadership of the unit with the underworld and all that, and that's how the story goes. Okay, now I have to move on from there quickly and to emphasize that the moral of the story is integrity, honor, courage, honesty, competence, pride in the job. We must be steadfast in upholding all these elements of integrity, and all these are in the line of duty, as I said earlier on. Now, integrity, Dr. Anis spoke, and then Yang Berhormat spoke about the 6 core values of Sarawak. Integrity is the first one. And I just reinforce what you have said. As integrity is noble values, behavior, and practices, not just the values, but it translates into behavior and actions. It's the defining core of an individual's character, doing the right thing the right way in public or in private. But I would like to introduce this another term here. And Dato' Anis just now gave the example, a graphic example about how the brain became bigger, but the heart became smaller. So I'm emphasizing here that integrity is actually the habits of the heart, not just the habits of the brain. It's the heart. Once it becomes the habits of the heart, integrity becomes habitual. It becomes a culture. It is upheld, practiced automatically or spontaneously at every moment in one's life. So the issue here is that we have got to really make integrity as the habit of the heart and not just as understanding by the brain. And the brain understands, analyzes, the heart feels, and it is a conscience in the heart. So, okay, I pose a question here: is what should we do for what should we look for in a person when hiring for a job or promotion or citation as a model employee or for reward? Just now, Dr. Anis already mentioned about this Toko Corporate, Warren Buffett, and because of the power of this quotation, many people pick it, and I also pick it: integrity, intelligence, energy. If a person has intelligence, that means the brain. Okay, it's good. Energy, that means dynamic, can perform. Also good. But such good traits without the first one, integrity, which is the more fundamental, that person is dangerous. He or she will destroy you. That's the message that I say. Okay. So I want to give examples of what happens when you only have intelligence and energy, but no integrity. The integrity collapse. The most notorious example from America is, of course, the Enron Corporation, an American energy company based in Texas, formed in 1985. And the Enron scandal was exposed in October 2001, and it was the largest bankruptcy reorganization in American history, and also the biggest audit failure. It's not just that corporation, but the auditors also. Arthur Andersen also was implicated, was deeply involved. Okay. Enron scandal grew out of a culture of cheating, not a culture of integrity that Yang Muhammad mentioned in his speech. Culture of cheating. The scandal grew out of a steady accumulation of habits and values and actions that began years before and finally spiraled out of control. So cheating became the habits of the heart, not integrity, the habits of the heart. That's what happens. It's a culture of cheating. And Arthur Andersen was their auditor. Arthur Andersen is one of the top 5 audit firms in the world. But how did Arthur Andersen do the accounting? The primary motivation for Enron's accounting and financial transactions seemed to have been to keep reported income and reported cash flow inflated up, assets values inflated, and liabilities of the book. This is pure cheating. Now, lessons from Enron. How unethical culture of cheating was allowed to fester in Enron. Accumulation of bad habits and practices. Cheating became the habits of the heart. And how it was done? The chief financial officer conspired with the auditors, with Arthur Andersen, and some board members to cheat. Use the loopholes, the accounting loopholes and all that. And this is what our annual, the Auditor General's report also sometimes points to this accounting loopholes and all that. So they hide billions of debt, failed deals and projects. So things look very good on paper. But fraud, cheating, and all these corrupt practices and all that cannot be covered, for a long time. It became exposed. Why? Because there are people inside the organization who have integrity, and we have the function of the whistleblower is very important. And it was one of the vice presidents who blew the whistle. But to do that, we have to have integrity and courage. So here is the importance of whistleblower in any organization. And I'm very happy to hear in Dato' Ahmad's speech, Dato' Ahmad's speech, that whistleblowing is one of the things that comes from the tone from the top. Okay. Now, what about Malaysia? Just now I mentioned about Enron. Now let's look at Malaysia. What is the situation? What lessons can we draw? Now, Dato' Anis also mentioned some things about this, but I would like to compliment his presentation when he talked about the indexes, the Human Development Index, the Peace Index, and also the Corruption Perception Index. I'm not going to touch those index, but I'm going to give examples about what happened inside the country, which are being measured or being reflected in the index. Okay, there were two major surveys commissioned by the Prime Minister's office at the time, Pak Lah, Perdana Menteri Tun Abdullah Ahmad Badawi. The first study, the survey, was the survey on the public perception of corruption in Malaysia in 2002, and there was another one in 2007. But I would like to refer to 2002 because that was the catalyst for later on that translated in what that recommended the what we call that the formulation of the National Integrity Plan. It's about attitudes and values. Some red flags here. Government sector willing to offer bribes, 17.9%. Willing to accept bribes, 12.4%. Involved in corruption, 6.5%. Prepared to lodge report on corrupt activities, 31.1%. Very low. They are not prepared to be whistleblowers. Only a small percentage, and the majority don't want to. Just now we had a poll about whether you have accept gifts or things of that sort. Well, this is an indication of what is happening in 2002. Okay, willing to offer bribes by sector, private sector 39.1%, prepared to give bribe, public also the 32%, government sector 17.9%. Now, about students, and this is very important, they were not in the working yet. As students, the attitudes, values are very important to examine. Experience of being asked to give bribes, well, 15.7%, maybe because they don't have a license when riding around on a motorbike or whatever. Willing to give bribes to get things done, 15%. Bagai wang pelincir. Willing to give bribes to avoid action, also wang pelincir, 27.7%. Regard giving not as bribery, very high, that's 7.6%. In the poll just now, we saw some participants who said that they were given some gifts. Then the last one is very important. Willing to accept bribe if in power. 30.5% is very high, almost 1/3. They were not yet in power, but their values and attitudes, their orientation can be seen from here. Now, the recommendation was, of course, to formulate the National Integrity Plan. Corruption is a manifestation for integrity, of the lack of integrity, must address the problem with a holistic plan involving all stakeholders, not firefighting, and make integrity, not corruption, as the way of life. That was the gist of the plan. Now, how did the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission respond to the study? How do they view it? This is a statement from the Deputy Chief Commissioner, Datuk Samsul. He said, UKM 17-year-old study, the one in 2002, on willingness to accept bribes proves prophetic. This is the scenario that we see after 17 years after that. Now, Dato' Anis talked about scenario building just now. When in 2002, when we discovered these findings about the willingness of students to accept bribes to get in power, well, not many people really took it that seriously. Of course, some people took it very seriously. But if they had been taken very seriously then, things would have been better.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. Now, the data from the Deputy Chief Commissioner stated that 53.2% of the 5,024 offenders nabbed from 2014 to 2018 are aged 40 and below. This figure tallies with a survey carried out 17 years ago, that means in 2002, as the respondents are now between 38 and 40 years old. That means they were students 17 years ago, but now they are in offices, you know, in the various occupations. But the data here shows that people in that age category who were students 17, 20 years ago and all that. So that is very important. So another survey in 2007, findings on students are similar. 35.2% of the student respondents expressed willingness to accept bribes if they were in power, slightly higher than 2002. Okay, what about now, 2021? No recent survey has been done on the attitudes of and willingness to accept bribes, but there was a small study that Anis was involved in this study on about 400 of the students in various universities with the attitudes and understanding about certain activities were indicative to show whether they understand is it corruption or not. For example, making claims for accommodation when accommodation is provided. 37.3% of them say, okay, it's not corruption, not abuse of power. Gives in cash and kind in return for services rendered. 35.8% say not corruption. Taking assets from office for personal use. For example, thumb drive, toner, paper, and so on. 21%, 48.1% say it's nothing wrong. Directly involved in appointing family members to fill up vacancy, office vacancy. Many say nothing wrong. 20.6% say nothing wrong. So these are the understanding of students about corrupt practices, and many of them say nothing wrong with these activities. They are not corruption activities. So in a way, it shows that the issue is serious among the young generation and something serious must be done. Okay, just I want to relate to what Dr. Anis said just now about the data from the when he and the team was preparing for the National Anti-Corruption Plan. Now, this is data from the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Commission and it's used in the plan. And the high-risk areas are what? Procurement, enforcement, administration, licensing and permits and all that. Procurement, that was highlighted just now by Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar in his speech, that procurement must be really well regulated, must be really transparent so that corruption cannot fester there. Okay, so take-home message is what? Sorry. Pay serious attention when the young students and you say they are willing to accept bribes if they are in power. Pay serious attention to their values, attitudes, and the understanding about corruption and lack of integrity. In government service, pay more attention to high-risk sectors, but don't neglect other sectors. Corruption, abuse of power, dereliction of duty, dishonesty, cheating, and so on are all a reflection of the lack of integrity. Hence, integrity building is absolutely crucial so that integrity becomes the habits of the heart. Now, I want to go on to this next stage, next section, integrity building and the practice of integrity. Now, what are the models that can be used in integrity building? Generally, there are three models. One is this Greek Temple model, developed by Transparency International by Professor Jeremy Pope in 2000, about the pillars of integrity. And this is a good model. Nevertheless, they are quite universal, and for our purposes, maybe it's a bit difficult to read it directly because the model is based on the European experience and it's quite universal, but it is useful as a guide. There is the second model, 2005, developed by Professor Charles Sanford. It's called the bird's nest model. This is, in a way, trying to fill up the gaps where the Greek Temple model was having problem, in the sense that you must network very well, don't work in silos. And at the same time, it's important to localize the fight against integrity, the fight against corruption and to promote integrity. The elements are used for the birds used in building the nest are all in the environment nearby. That means don't go too far. Use the local wisdom, local knowledge, and local materials in developing the model. That's the gist of it. Now, what about Malaysia? In Malaysia, based on the National Integrity Plan that was launched by the Prime Minister Tun Abdul Ahmad Badawi in 2004, we have developed what is called the turtle model. Why the turtle model, not the bird's nest or the Greek Temple? The reason is simple. The turtle is a sea creature which is close to all of us. It is an icon of the Southeast Asian region, something we can relate to and feel passionate about. What does the turtle symbolize? The turtle symbolizes the value of hard work, of resilience, of perseverance, of productivity, of humility, and very importantly, it never loses its bearing. It will come back to the same beach to lay its eggs 1 year later or 6 months later, whatever. That is important. The compass, the compass for the turtle is very good. It's exact. Similarly, integrity also provides a moral compass, a bearing for the individual so that he or she does not lose the way. Now, what are the threats to integrity? It's greed. Just now we have the poll, 39% said it's personal greed. Now, integrity can be likened to the eggs of the turtle, the fruits of his hard, persistent, and patient labor, which promises life. But the eggs are often threatened by human greed, just like integrity in the human world. Hence, the turtle's eggs should be protected and nurtured so that life can continue. In the same way, integrity must be protected and nurtured because it is the soul of life and the inner mover for social progress. Development and progress must be value-based, i.e. based on integrity. And the question of greed that was referred to in the poll just now, I take a quote from Mahatma Gandhi, who says that the world has enough to satisfy everyone's needs, but it does not have enough to satisfy everyone's dreams. Now, that is a very powerful quote. So, to go on, the turtle model is anchored in the rich history, culture, and civilization of Malaysia as part of the Nusantara in Southeast Asia, a region where monsoons meet, a region with a glorious maritime history, a confluence of major world civilizations, Nusantara, Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and so on. So, another aspect when we look at the turtle is that the alphabets in the name turtle, T-U-R-T-L-E, in the spelling of turtle, encapsulates some of the core values of integrity. T, trust, trustworthiness, truthfulness. U, unity. R, resilience, responsibility. T, transparency. L, longevity, lifelong learning, legacy. E, ethics, education, empowerment. So that is why that is the model. What the turtle was used as an icon to create the model because of one, it is an icon of the region, something that we can relate to. Second, it so happens that the alphabet in the spelling of turtle also encapsulates some of the core values of integrity. Now, in the National Integrity Plan, as encapsulated in the turtle model, there are 8 institutions: the family, community, civil society, social culture, which includes education, culture, media, etc., religion, economy, politics, and administration. Now, let us look at this. Now, if we look at this model, I mean, very simple drawing here. You can see the propeller of the turtle, the one below. There are 2 things there, agama dan social budaya. But in the middle is in keluarga, family, community, and then masyarakat civil society. That is the basic units in the society. The individual and the family is the smallest basic unit, and then we can have a larger unit called the community, and then we have got the various representative organizations of the society, which are called masyarakat civil or the NGOs. But what guides them? What is it that guides them? It is the 2 propellers, spiritual propellers, agama. I think in one of the questions they relate to this. Questions in the chat box ask about this, about the spiritual agama. And then the social budaya, the values, the norms emphasized in our culture. So it is the spiritual values together with the values and norms of from our culture that guide the keluarga, the individual and the family, that guides the community, and that guides the masyarakat civil. And then, of course, at the top there, you have got economy, where people make a living, the economic sector, the private sector, the productivity and all that, and politics, governance, about political governance, and then you have got the administration. The administration is, of course, yes, the what we call it, the executive, the 3 pillars, components of the administration: the executive, the legislative, the judiciary, and then you have got the civil service and all that. So, but the foundations are the values, the propellers that are being shown there. So, to nurture integrity, to promote integrity building, we have to tackle, of course, the individual and the family. We have got to tackle the community. We have got to tackle the civil society. We have got to infuse values from the culture in the education, propagated through the media and other ways. We have got to use the values from our religion, and then we infuse them and develop the integrity building that way, so that it can impact upon politics, it can impact upon the economic sector, and also can impact upon integration. So it's a combination from bottom up with top down. What Dato' Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar mentioned just now, tone from the top. The commitment of the top leadership was integrity. That is very good. I mean, that is what the kind of message coming from the top. It is, if you look at the National Integrity Plan, factors for success, number one is leadership. Tone from the top. I think that is good. And to make it stronger, of course, it's got to be combined with bottom-up approach. To combine from the society, from the community, from the family, and those values in the religious sector, in the socio-economic sector, and all that. Okay, I think there's not much time left. I will just finish with the last one, earning trust. Integrity begets trust. With trust, our credibility is enhanced. Trust is a key element in social capital. It bonds individuals and the public together. When you start a business, you need money as capital. When serving public, we must earn their trust. With trust as social capital, we can bond with the public, we can serve and serve, provide service, and service, as Dato' Amar, that Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar said just now, the service repeated 3 times. Trust is absolutely crucial in a responsible public service position. Members of the public place trust and faith in the holder of that position. With trust, we get credibility and respect. Like credibility and respect, trust has to be earned. It cannot be demanded. When people's trust is betrayed, we lose our credibility. We lose people's respect. We have nothing. We have become untrustworthy in the eyes of the public. Now, I would like just to share with you which professions the public trust most, and which professions the public trust least. Where do government servants stand? I quote 2 surveys here. One Ipsos Mori survey in Britain 2020, and Ipsos Mori survey in 23 countries 2020. All right, let's see the results. What are the most and the least trusted professions in Britain? The most trusted profession is nursing, nurses, 93%, and then doctors, 91%, engineers, 89%, teachers, 85%, judges, 84%. So you can see that the nurses are the most trusted professionals in Britain. Who are the least trusted? You can see at the bottom there, below 20%. Government ministers, politicians generally, advertising executive. So politics becomes a dirty word. Politicians generally are not trusted. It's only earn 20%, less than 20%. Now, what about the other one? 23 countries survey. The results are about the same. Doctors top the list, doctors, teachers top the list, and politicians generally the bottom. Government ministers and politicians generally at the bottom. Now, this is not saying that all politicians are like that, but this is a survey done. Politicians as a group, not politicians as individuals, because some politicians as individuals have high integrity. But as a profession, as a group, they have very low, they have really very serious trust deficit amongst the public. Okay, that's a summary of the findings. Now, what about trust in professions in Malaysia? Unfortunately, there's no recent study on trust, but there was a study in 2005 by the Malaysian Institute of Public Business Ethics, which found similar results. Politicians and ministers, the least trusted, and the most trusted are doctors, engineers, and nurses, like what was found in Britain, and also in the survey in the 23 countries. In his speech, that Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar mentioned about perhaps about the transparency, the CPI, Corruption Perception Index, Sarawak does not have one. They only use the national, the one reported for Malaysia, CPI for Malaysia, and he was implying that a study on Sarawak CPI perhaps is useful and necessary. Perhaps if that study is done, the question about trust in professions can be included as part of the study. Okay, now how to build or reinforce trust? Walk the talk, take action. This message came as well from the speech by Yang Berhormat. Be efficient, deliver what is expected in good time. In good time means be fast. Be transparent and accountable. Be people friendly, overcome the red tape, have good communication skills. I think this is very important because sometimes we don't communicate very well, leading to misunderstanding. If you are late in your delivery, put yourself in the shoes of the person waiting for your service, for your decision and action. Apologize, promise to serve better next time. Always practice empathy, that is seeing from the perspective of the person who is expecting your service and act accordingly. That is integrity, a way of earning trust. So the take-home message is this: use knowledge, that means the brain that Dr. Anis talked about just now, to analyze and understand problems. Use your head to understand things and to see options. But use wisdom and your heart. Your heart here means conscience, to decide between options. The essence of wisdom is to resolve or integrate divergent problems and different options arising from the complexity of human life. After weighing the options wisely, make the decision, but make sure you use your heart and your conscience when you make decisions. Remember, integrity is the habits of the heart. Solving problems with wisdom, efficiency, and with speed. Respect people's intelligence and dignity. Empathize with people's problems. This will touch the people's hearts, earn their respect and trust. That's how we build trust in our work, in the performance of our public service, in line of our duty. Thank you. That's the end of my presentation. Thank
Okay,
you.
I think now we have come to the next poll. Because I forgot to post this poll just now before Pak Rahman. So we have the third poll. So the third poll, the question is, what would you do if, this is a very interesting question. What would you do if you suspect a co-worker, someone that you know, your co-worker, who may be your supervisor, was not acting in an ethical manner? Apa yang you akan buat? If you suspect your rakan sekerja, including your supervisor, kalau dia melakukan satu tindakan yang tidak beretika. Okay, number one, you keep quiet. Number two, you post on social media. Oh my goodness. Number three, report to your immediate supervisor or above up, or have a chat with him or her and asking her to stop such behavior. Okay, let's start with Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar. Okay, Dato' Amar, the Yang Amat Berhormat Chief Minister has reiterated strong commitment, as you have rightly mentioned just now. He has reiterated strong commitment in upholding integrity, transparency, and good governance in the state civil service. You know, that was very strong. Even when you mentioned just now, the first few slides that you posted really show the strong commitment from the top, like you say, the leadership. So to strengthen this commitment, the state has produced 90 certified integrity officers. That one also you mentioned in your slide just now, to nurture the culture of integrity within every governmental department and agency. So this is my question, Dato' Amar, if you can help me. How far has this effort been for the SCS or the Sarawak Civil Service? That's my question number one. Or you can just answer them, because I only have 3 questions here. Number one, how far has this effort been for the Sarawak Civil Service? Number two, what are the changes we can now see implemented in government agencies? And number three, what's next in the pipeline? So many of us here who are listening, they are thinking, in terms of the Sarawak Civil Service. So maybe if you can answer all the 3 together, or you can go one by one. So yes, Dato' Amar, I would like you to respond to these little questions that I have here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Professor Medley, for that question. As I said from the beginning just now, we have progressed very well in terms of integrity initiatives. For example, we're not just saying it for the sake of saying it, but we're saying it and we do it. And we
Okay.
mean it. And you have rightly pointed out that the Chief Minister has made very strong commitment, and that goes down to all our civil service, and we are here to implement what the Chief Minister and our top leadership, political leadership, has indicated to us. Now, to give you an example, in 2018, we have only about 10 CEIOs, the integrity officers, which we placed in the various departments. Now, then we conducted our own program in collaboration with the Malaysian Anti-Corruption Academy, MACA, whereby we trained about 80 officers, yeah, selected from among members of the civil service,
Okay.
from the State Department, from the statutory bodies, and also from the GLCs. Civil service, I just repeat that, civil service, statutory bodies, and GLCs. That is all encompassing. Now, by now, we have made some progress. Right now, we have about 90. To us, 90 is a big number because we are state government and we do have departments. That 90 will have covered most of the departments and agencies. And we place all these people in the agencies and department to provide the leadership in integrity management and initiative in each department agencies. We believe that they become the integrity champions. Now, as integrity champions, they will still require to go to training and also have the skill and the knowledge, and then transfer the skills and apply the skills in the workplace. So this is one of the practical things. We just say that, okay, please departments head, please make sure that you have integrity initiative in the department. We place these people there so that they become the monitoring people who monitor what the department is doing, and then they have to report directly to the head of the department, not reporting direct to the what they call it, the head of the section. So the access of the officer is to the head of the department. Now that makes him not accountable to anybody else in the department. Now we can do this, and we feel that we are able to do more, and we will be doing more, because we want also to implement the corruption risk management and also the anti-bribery management system. We want to be the first. Now we are doing this. We want the Chief Minister's Department. In the Chief Minister's structure, there are many units. We call it Human Resource Unit, Economic Planning Unit, enforcement and unit. We have the union, also union. We have the audit department. Many other, there are more than dozens units in the department, in the same department. They will become the first to lead in this exercise. Why? Because it's called the Chief Minister's Department. So it has to be leadership by example. So we stand the lead it, and then it will be followed. We can't be the last one, because that means that we are sending the wrong message to people out there. That's what now. What's our plan in the pipeline? We want to increase this number of CEIO. We want to increase this number because we believe that these CIOs will be the prime mover of initiatives of integrity in each government organization. And this will not be confined only to government agencies, also to the statutory bodies, and even to our GECs, which is not under the civil service, strictly speaking. So now we are in the middle of discussion with MACA in this matter, and we hope that we will finalize this arrangement by the end of the year. So as I mentioned in my remarks just now, in my presentation, I said that we have 63 agencies which has completed the OACP, which is a very good performance, considering the fact that we don't have that many agencies in the state. So the question now is, what next? I told our officers that AOCP, the document, is a document, it's the output, not the outcome. I am more concerned about the outcome rather than just the production of the document itself. Now, these integrity officers will be the one who will then monitor all this implementation of the OACP. We want this to be followed through rather than just, now many people were very proud to say, oh, we have done our OACP, we've done so many engagement, we've done lab and so on, and probably say that we've done OACP. The fact of the matter is, the OACP will remain merely a document if there is nobody to follow up in the organization. So the plan now is that the placing of CIO in every agency we have will play an important role, and this CIO will later on report to our central agency in the Chief Minister Department, which is what's called here the Minister in charge of Integrity and Ombudsman, and also the union, which is the supervising agency, and the union will then report to the State Secretary to see the performance of these agencies. So now, another thing that I want to emphasize is the fact that in this OACP, one of the things that needs to be done is the fact that we have to include one very major thing. I mentioned this now, and in fact, in one of the slides it was mentioned now, procurement is a very high-risk activity. Now, we will make sure that procurement matters is a mandatory element in OACP, mandatory. So sometimes we leave to the agencies, but this one we don't leave to the agencies. We will insist that procurement matters be an important element in the OACP. That's all I can tell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato' Amar, for that lengthy response. And I think the state is really very much into addressing integrity and accountability. Yeah? And in fact, Tadi Anis, I think you showed about the the issue of procurement. Remember the slides that one of the slides that you showed. And also, I'm really I wish later maybe Dato' Rahman can respond about the the 17 years ago survey to Pak. That was really an eye opener. Tapi tak apa. So Dato' Anis, I mean, I'm quite bothered by this because I've been doing quite a lot of discussion on COVID-19. Yeah? So I would like to bring you to this issue on COVID-19 because we are since December, right, if I'm not mistaken, December 2019, and then now we're already in 1.5 years into this COVID-19. And I mean, if you look at during the pandemic crisis of COVID-19, yeah, the fight against corruption and promoting integrity, transparency, and accountability should be equally the priority in the pandemic response. So this requires full commitment by the government agencies and relevant stakeholders. So there could be a need for organization to do a checkpoint and review its anti-corruption plan. Yeah? So Dato' Anis, I have these 3 questions also for you. In your opinion, which sectors are prone to dishonesty, especially during this time when we are, with the lockdown and everything? So if, in your opinion, which sectors are prone to dishonesty? And my second question, what are the potential risks of exploitation during this pandemic period? Okay. So number 3, what are the fundamental reforms, transparency and trustworthiness? Yeah. So if maybe you can focus just during this period of COVID-19, if you can answer. All right.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much, Mike. Pak Rahman and I recently, we just completed a book that we did. We were commissioned by UNDP on the impact of COVID on human development. And of course, we looked at many data and a lot of problems. I think one of the areas we should be looking is also in terms of the question that you just posed, which is very interesting. But to me, I think it's very simple. Not in any particular sector, but siapa juga yang ada peluang dan ruang, sudah pasti they will become corrupt. I think this is the problem. The problem is not so much of where you are, which sector you are located, but the moment you are, because if the heart is not right, if you tak ada iman, orang yang mudah goyah, yang senang influence, will fall to the dark side, if I can use that as a way of explaining. So the moment they are in a position where there is opportunity, for them to do something wrong, they will do it at the instance, because people become, as I mentioned, society becomes so materialistic. And I think the challenge really during this COVID period, you can put better mechanism, you can have more system, you can have more control mechanism, but ultimately it's a human being. So to your third question, I think whether we like it or not, kita kena mengubat jiwa masyarakat. We really have to go and hit the heart. And I think there are many ways of how to skin a cat. The problem that we face today, bila bercakap tentang nak membudayakan integrity, nak create awareness, ceramah, and ceramah. I think talk is cheap. Ceramah alone is not going to solve problem. And a lot of friends know this, that I turned down a lot of invitation to speak. I said, speak is, it's not enough. You can speak and people can come and listen, masuk telinga kanan, keluar telinga kiri. But what's important, we have to do, there are many ways of how to deal with this. Kita kena buat role play, we need to do, a good thing that I saw, what Datuk Amar mentioned just now, ada buat theater. When I was president of Integrity Institute, we did it all. You name it, apa saja cara untuk kita reach out to the society, we were able to do. Kita buat puisi, kita buat pertandingan fotografi, pertandingan lukisan, because people learn from many different ways. Kita buat tayangan filem pendek, kita berbincang dengan producer filem, so produce a little kind of drama, short drama. Messaging ni must be repeat and repeat. Tak boleh hanya sekali. If I can use an example, my late mother, who was an ustazah, asked me a question one day when I was just maybe 7, 8 years old. She said, why did God ask you to pray 5 times a day? And I said, Ma, you are the ustazah, why do you tell me? God the Almighty, for Muslim, told us basically, it's like, if I don't remind you every time, you will forget. So between subuh to zuhur, zuhur to asar, asar to maghrib, maghrib to isha, you are reminded all the time. And I'm sure all religions are like that. We compare all the different scriptures. I have not come across one scriptures of all the different religion in the world yang menyuruh penganut agama itu buat benda yang tak baik. So religion plays an important part. Imagine if all the imam, the padri, the temple head, tiap-tiap pendeta agama mainkan peranan kepada penganut agama masing-masing. This message have to be repeated, ulang-ulang sampai tepu, tak apa, because that's how people learn. People will only understand bila benda tu di-repeat, diulang-ulang, macam air yang jatuh atas batu yang keras, tapi bila air itu menitik-nitik lama-lama lubang juga. So we have to do that. Ceramah alone, will not solve the problem. We need to do many ways of how, because orang are vulnerable at different time, and that's when the time they absorb. Ada orang tengah tonton wayang, ketika keadaan gelap, seram dalam panggung wayang itu, di waktu itu syarikat yang buat marketing menggunakan filem untuk buat product placement. You can see now in Hollywood, certain cars are being used in certain movies. Why? Because the company want to promote their cars, and how they do it. When people are vulnerable, waktu itulah subtly message. Kita pun perlu menggunakan teknik yang sama untuk mendidik masyarakat supaya message. Sebab itu saya, instead of talking using the big term and give definition, the approach that I took in my presentation is to talk about it first. Kita kena faham kenapa benda ni penting. Kalau tidak, cakaplah panjang mana pun, kita tak akan dapat menjiwai supaya faham. Salahnya kalau kita ambil rasuah, apa berlaku? Negara tak dapat pendapatan, apa berlaku? Tak dapat pendapatan, tak boleh buat hospital. Bila orang sakit sekarang ni, in the COVID period ni, patutnya pada saya, takkanlah pada waktu ini orang nak ambil kesempatan nak buat duit untuk beli vaksin yang nak menyelamatkan nyawa manusia. Benda-benda ini, kalau orang tu tak ada hati perut, macam saya sebut, dia akan buat. Tapi sebab itu kita perlu tekankan kepentingan integriti dalam apa juga tindak tanduk yang mereka buat. In the interest of time, I think I just stop there.
Thank you very much, Anis. I was trying to click and on and off because I have problem with my. Thank you, Anis.
Yeah.
I can sense I can feel the emotion slowly here. So dari tadi, it's running up to this where we are. I nengok turtle model Pak Rahman tu. Dia lupa beritahu yang dia orang Terengganu tu yang pilih turtle juga tu. Pak ada kepentingan juga tu. Alright, thank you very much. So thank you very much for the turtle model. So I really will look up.
Yang lebih penting tu waktu kami bincang nak pilih turtle tu, one thing that I mentioned to him at that time, turtle ni kemana pun dia pergi pusing dunia, dia akan balik ke tempat asal yang dia bertelur.
Oh, that is new to me. All right.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's
Tapi
important.
memang if you look at among my Chinese friends, turtle is a very important symbol for them. Macam yang Pak Rahman kata, longevity and then resilience and thank you very much. As always, Pak Rahman, Anis, thank you so much, the two of you. Okay, actually I ada soalan ni dengan Pak Rahman ni. Pak, saya nak tanya Pak, why is trust so important in our engagement with others? And what is the relationship between trust and integrity? You know? Because you were talking tadi, I'm kind of worried when I look at some of the questions and the discussion post, and then I was even more worried when I see the result. Dulu I ingat lagi when the result yang pasal student tu, it was a big hoo-ha at that time. And now 17 years later, you said, now it's really worrying now. Yes, Pak, if you can respond, Pak, a quick one, Pak. After this, saya nak tanya Dato' Amar lagi. Siapa dia?
Okay, very briefly. Why trust is very important. Especially when we deal with the public. If we are alone and we don't deal with anybody else, we have only to trust ourselves to be able to do things. But when we engage with the public, the issue is of human relations, of human communications. And whether people can accept you or not depends on whether they trust you or not. So it boils down to the question of integrity as the basis of it. Now, the question is, why, for example, the nurses have the highest score in terms of being given trust by the public or by the patients? Why? It's very clear. It's because the nurses are with the patients every day. They come, they ask, how are you? They give medicine, they give food, they take care, and they make sure that your stay in the hospital, you are being taken care of very carefully and all that, and doing their best in order to provide the best service to save lives, to cure diseases and all that. And the nurses are at the front line. It's nearer to the patient than even the doctor, because the doctor only comes off and on. But the nurses will be there 24 hours, 7 days a week, 7 hours a day and 7 days a week. So in other words, is the actual performance, care, dedication, doing work with integrity, honesty, and not looking up, not promoting self-interest. There is the one that endears the patients to the nurses. So in other words, because the patients trust the nurses, so administering medicine and various other things like advice and all that for medical well-being is very easy. But if you don't earn the trust of the public and you want to serve the public, there will be a big gap, a communication gap. And I think that is the thing. If as civil servants or as public servants, we have to think in the way how to ensure that through our delivery system, through the service we provide to the public, that the public trust the civil service, trust the system, and trust the officers, especially the front desk and the others who perform the job. So think of the nurses. Why do they have the highest score in terms of trust? Don't think of the politicians. You can think also, why do they have the lowest score? Because they come and see the people once in 5 years. When elections are coming, then they come and see. And they make lots of promises and things of that sort. So in other words, do walk the talk, take action, care for the people. Caring, I think that's one of the values among the 6 values of the Sarawak Civil Service: integrity, caring, and all that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak. These are very simple messages, but very, very powerful ones. Yeah, Dato' Amar. Now I think I need to post one question. I'm kind of curious because
If you pose a question in IBAN, I'll take it on, Professor.
sorry.
If you pose a question in IBAN, I'll take it on.
Okay, Dato Amar, I know him when because we were well, not really together. We were from the same time period. You know, he was in UM and I was in UKM. So I think we were almost the same time, Dato Amar. So when I see you being appointed as that Yang Berhormat Dato Amar, I felt wow. I said I'm really proud to see that you are where you are today. So Dato Amar, this is kind of a personal question, Dato Amar, because in your position right now as a Yang Berhormat State Secretary, you know, it is one of the posts. In fact, when I asked why in Sarawak you call your State Secretary Yang Berhormat, I would, you know, all the while I understand Yang Berhormat is only meant for politician, Pak Rahman, kita dekat Semenanjung lah, where I will be stopped. And suddenly I have this response from Sarawak leadership because they said, you know, the status that they put to a State Secretary is you know, level dia ialah sama tinggi status dia macam a minister. So the post is at that level, and also the responsibility, Dato' Amar, you're very, very strong in terms of the way you push the agenda of integrity here. Now, Dato' Amar, personal question. Okay, there are few bad apples, you know, I mean, in the course of doing it, you know, discharging your duties, you know that you have found out that there are people who are doing their job very, very well, but there are few bad apples, and also who have instances of people doing misdeeds or wrongdoings. But basically the state has done very, very well. And when you presented just now, we're very, very proud to know that all the things that the state have done, in the civil service, and do it to the highest level of competency, accountability, and integrity. Now, I would like to know, and maybe many of us here would like to know also, when we're talking about integrity, what do you mean when you really say integrity? What does the word integrity mean for you? That's number one. And number two, Dato' Amar, I really would like to know, how has that brought you to where you are now? You know, not many of us are just working, and some of us reached to a certain level, but you became, you know, one of the top civil servants in the state of Sarawak. So what is it that has brought you to where you are now? And for the last question, I would like to know is that, what is your advice to our civil servants? Dato' Amar, if you don't mind.
Wow, that's a very interesting question.
Personal sharing.
Yeah, okay. Okay, before I answer the question, maybe I should share with you this quote. Integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching.
Okay.
I think this is a very famous quote that we should know. Then we have this quotation from our Chief Minister. Our integrity goes beyond non-corrupt or free of abuse of power, as the people will judge our integrity and credibility based on our ability to ensure that the development projects we promise are delivered according to the budget and on time. This is a very important quotation here. Now, back to your question. How is that I am in my position? What has brought me here in my position? And what does the word integrity mean to me? Now, I say this, okay? One of the things that we need to be able to display, and also is part of our belief and values, is the power of being sincere and the power of being honest. Power of being sincere and power of being honest. Sincerity and integrity, which I strongly promote to all civil servants. Now, when I talk about sincerity, we are talking about doing things for people, provide service to people, without expectation of anything in return. Without expectation of anything in return, either on a personal basis or on a professional basis. That's number one. Number two, the honesty, which is a very closely related to integrity issue, is, to me, in very simple terms, doing what you say, doing exactly what you say. But sometimes we don't say what we mean. So saying something and doing something else. You say something, but you have another agenda. That is not being honest. Now, that I think is when you do something, when you say something, you must do what you say without any agenda. So we like to have that kind of people around, and I feel that is what I stick to, and I believe that that kind of values is very strong in myself as a person. So now, to answer your question, then number one is be honest, hard work, and ensuring that your work, your quality work is superb. Quality is important. We also talk about quality is our way of life, but we don't want this kind of thing just to hang on the wall to make it look nice. That without being practiced. Now we must do what we say on the wall. A lot of slogans are put there, but they don't mean anything without practicing it. So when we say about honesty, hard work, quality, we have to mean it, reflect in our work, reflect in our values, reflect in our culture, and spread out the message to people that you work with. So you become showing leadership example. Now that's important. So at the same time, I always think that, and I have told members of the civil service that talk about empathy. Empathy. I think Professor Dr. Rahman mentioned about to empathize, and this is a very, very core principle that civil service and everyone else must adhere to. Now, in many parts of Sarawak, many people come to the rural area where it is difficult to obtain services because of distance, because of logistics, because of topography of the area. And when we deal with these people, we must put ourselves in their shoes. We must put ourselves in their shoes as part of our integrity pledge. Now, what does it mean? When they come over to see us at the counter, we have to understand their needs. We have to understand the citizens' needs. And then, when we understand the needs, then we will solve the problem based on their needs, not based on our own convenience, not based on its sense of convenience to me, I'll do it my way, forgetting about what the real needs of the person is. So I believe that this is things that we should be part of the integrity issue that we have to build in our culture. And I think when we do this, as I said from the beginning, I took my position as secretary. I will say the civil service, the public service has three important tasks to perform. I said number one, service. Number two is service. Number three is service. So that is everything. That is all about the civil service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dato' Amar. Yang berhormat. That was a very short and very straight to the point in terms of your response to the questions that I posed. Okay, I think we have a lot of questions posed in our chat box. We don't have the time to respond to each and every one of them. I welcome Dato' Amar, I welcome Prof. Rahman, and also Dato' Anis to, if you can respond to some of the questions. Very, very, very good questions. Some of them were talking about whistleblowing. So maybe Dato' Amar is one question here on whistleblowing. Maybe you can respond a short one, but it's online here right now. Okay, I think we have come to the end of our part one of our webinar today. So to me, frankly, this has been a really fascinating and engaging discussion. We have very, very good presentation and sharing of information and also experiences by three of our eminent speakers here. And I want to thank all the panelists for their really insightful presentation and discussion. Also, so I think the next part of our presentation of this webinar is we will move to the second part of our webinar, that is the group discussion. So let us now move on to the group discussion.
We know the main topic is about integrity and trust, and I was tasked to lead this group. So the first part of the discussion is sharing with you on our ministry OACP, what we have done in producing our document on OACP and what we are doing as a follow-through to the recommendations that were made in the document. Yeah, so let me share what we have done, and later on we get your input, and ultimately we produce our output for presentations to the main committee. Okay, let me share with you our OACP. So hopefully it can become a guidance to all of us in a discussion. Yeah. Okay. Secretariat first. Okay. Before I go into our OACP, I just want to quote what Ms. Indra Nooyi, the former chairman and CEO of Pepsi Cola, which is one of the biggest company in the world, saying about integrity. She shared something like this. There are 5 C's in leadership. You notice that? First is about competency. Second is about courage and confidence. Third is about communication skill. Fourth is about consistency. And the 5th one is compass. You can have all the first 4, but if you don't have the last one, compass, or also known as integrity, it would be useless. So the moral of the message is you must have integrity in your life. You can be very competent, you can be very confident, you can speak well, you're consistent in your decision, but you have no integrity, it would be useless to yourself and to your organization. That is the quote from Indra Nooyi. You can search in the internet or in the YouTube. There are a lot of things that she said about leadership and integrity. Okay, thank you. Let's move to the first part of our presentation, which is on the background of our ministry, because we are young ministry, so we need to share with you what is MOTS all about. Okay, next. So we were established on the 22nd of August, 2019. Yeah, it's a new ministry. Prior to that, transportation was under the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Transportation. That was history. Yeah. So what are our core activities? It is spelled out in the Government Gazette. We are handling the transportation, land transport, air transport, maritime and riverine transport. Okay, the only agency under us is Sarawak River Board. Where are the sources of our authority? It is a decision as provided under the Gazette, decision of the State Cabinet, and through Sarawak River Board Ordinance and Merchant Shipping Ordinance 1960. Okay, this is history. Next. So how did we formulate our OACP? And this slide show you the journey on how we came out with our OACP. Yeah. So the first thing is there was a directive, there was a circular from Union that we need to form Jawatankuasa Anti Rasuah and to formulate our OACP. And from that circular, we started our journey. We organized our integrity programs, especially financial regulation workshop. We had at least 4 throughout the state together with Sarawak River Board, and the rest Akur Janji, all those things. Yeah, and we were also involved in the preparation of corruption management, risk management, CRM, and we have completed that. And after that, we prepared our OACP. I mean, they are processes that you can see from the slide. I can't see from the slide. Let me read my note first. We formed the committee, and then, of course, we have discussions and workshop. Yeah, and ultimately we launch it by our Yang Berhormat Datuk Lee Kim Shin, our Minister for Transport, on the 31st of March this year. And thereafter, we implement our recommendations. And later on, I will share with you what we have done so far in terms of a follow-through of the recommendations. Yeah. The next slide is to show with you the photos did not come out, but they are series of discussion started in 2020 and until March 2021. Okay, sorry, the photo did not come out. I don't know for what reason. Next. And yeah, the workshop also, the photo did not come out. I mean, some technical problem. Yeah, came out. These are our team, yeah? When we prepare CRM next. What is this? Come out. This, yeah, next. This is this was the launching. Okay, next. Next, this is the most important things. This is our MOTS anti-corruption corruption plan, or OACP 2021 until 2025. These are the things that we put in place in order to avoid the occurrence or the happening of corruption in the Ministry of Transport Sarawak. Our vision is quite clear, meningkatkan accountability and credibility dalam proses penyampaian perkhidmatan MOTS. Matlamat kita memperkasakan tabi urus integriti MOTS melalui pematuhan undang-undang, peraturan dan arahan yang berkuat kuasa. So bidang keutamaan, key result areas or priority areas, we have identified 4. The first one is project management and feasibility studies. Because we are doing this, we are implementing projects and we want to do studies for starting next year, yeah. And the second one is of course procurement and financial management. This is very important. And the other one is a good governance, a public governance, how we engage with the public. And the third one is a human resource management. So of all these key result area or focus area or priority areas, you can call it, we have our own strategy. When you talk about project management and feasibility studies, we want to make sure that we deliver the services efficiently and effectively to the stakeholders. So what we have done so far, to make sure that we are doing the right thing in terms of project management and feasibility studies is we have prepared, it's almost done, manual of instruction for project management and pre-contract agreement. So our team on the project management division have come out with a draft document on this. Of course, these are based on a document from other technical agencies, yeah. The other one is we also adopt the SOP on how to conduct feasibility studies. So meaning to say, we must have a proper way to carry out the studies, yeah. And the third one is all of us have attended CIDB safety induction course and we are given green card, meaning to say we are allowed to enter the project site with the green card, okay. Yeah. Okay, the next one is in terms of procurement and financial management. This is very important. We want to have transparency and effectiveness in procurement and financial management. For this, what we have done so far, we have conducted at least 4 financial, regulatory and compliance workshops together with SRB, I think in Kuching, Sibu, Bintulu, and Miri. And we also do something not necessarily big, but small thing. We prepare checklists for submission and processing of claim. This is to make sure that the claim is not, rejected by Treasury, for example. So we want to do the first thing right at the first time. And we also have some small things like checker sheet for approval under SIBAS. And we also compile all the queries that we receive from treasuries and from other authorities in terms of financial management, and we act on it, we resolve it. The other thing is on public governance. This is about service delivery, which is efficient and with integrity. Example that we are doing is we have come out with SOP for our 1 ringgit flat rate bus fare programs. So how we receive the data from the bus company, there must be the committee that study it, And there's a committee that propose and ultimately approval for payment. And we also have SOP for the payment of our Bantuan Khas Sarawak Kusayang for the taxis, the e-hailings, the penambang, what they call the other one is the taxi, penambang, the school bus. So we have the SOP. So we are doing all those things. So we also developing and we almost completed our balance scorecard. All these are in place to make sure that every officers follow the process and procedures, the rules and regulation. And this will help us to detect something that is not right from happening, yeah, that can compromise the integrity of the officers. The other thing is in terms of human capital development. So we are new ministries. Most of the officers are new, but we managed to get some very experienced officers to help us to guide the new officers, and we send them for training. For example, like record and asset management and other things, even what they call it, kursus on integrity dan pengurusan crisis. Yeah, so we want the older one to guide the younger officers, understudy them, do the right thing based on the rules and regulations. Yeah. So next, this is to show you the numbers of strategies, strategic objective, the risk, the initiative that the team, the ministry, together with our facilitators, identified in formulating our anti-corruption plan. Yeah. So there are many, but from these many strategies, initiative and risk, we managed to zoom it into the most critical areas. Okay, so next. So as I've said earlier, there are 4 critical areas there: project, procurement, public governance, and human resource. And you look at the priority initiative, instead of 48, the earlier on, we reduced it to 33. And out of this initiative, 23 are high impact, low complexity, meaning to say low hanging fruit, can produce immediate result. The other 10, it takes a longer time frame to get it done. So we will focusing on the 23. Yeah. So if I've said some of the things we have done early on. Okay, next. The next part is on the third items on my presentation. And this is based on the format given, Rosita. We are required to identify what are the problems and how severe is the problems in these 4 key areas. For example, in terms of project management and feasibility studies, our strategy is, of course, to enhance service deliveries in terms of project management to get it done on time and benefit the target group. If we don't do that, the problem would be project delay, okay, behind time, or even becoming worse, project sakit or critically delayed project, cost overrun, and the target group will not benefit from the projects, and all this will tarnish the clean image of the government, meaning to say we give promise, but we don't deliver it on time. So it affects the corruption index, as what has mentioned by the 2 earlier speakers. Yeah. So number 2, financial and procurement. There must be transparency in public procurement and financial management. We must follow rules and regulations that are already in place. So if you don't follow this, you breach the rule and regulation. You mismanage the public fund. And this, the big picture, it could affect our audit or state financial rating, yeah, from the Auditor General, for example. Of course, we are doing our small part, but if you sum it together, it can become very big. Yeah. The other one is public governance. We want to strengthen the effectiveness and efficiency and integrity of service delivery. So this is very important because we are dealing with public fund. You cannot abuse it. But if we don't put in place the instrument, the processes, the procedure, there bounds to be abuse of public fund, non-compliance to SOP, loss of public trust and confidence in the government machineries, especially in times of crisis that we are experiencing now. Okay, the other one is on the fourth priority areas, human resource management. To us, there must be a strong check and balance mechanism in human resource management, because we do not want people, become complacent, and then the issue of incompetency come out, favoritism, nepotism, and abuse of authority. Yeah, so we don't want that. We want to make our officers, our staff work in one team. Okay, there is no favoritism. You must be competent in your subject matter. That is, if you want to relate to what Indra Yuni said earlier on, the 5 C's of leadership, you must be competent and with integrity. Okay, the last part of my presentation is just to share with you some challenges and solutions that we are facing, because we are new ministries. I must say it's something like we are given a blank sheet of paper, and then it's up to you to write what is to be written on the paper. Unlike established ministries or department, you don't have the liberty to have that blank paper, but you have to continue the good story to produce excellent result for your organization. Yeah. So there are 3 challenges in implementing our OACP. When we prepared all this, we are new ministries. We start from zero. We have to look for data, information here and there. People, let's say, for example, how many buses do you have in the state? How many taxis do you have? How many airports, for example? How many express boat? So we have to collect all this data. So building up database. Okay. So it's not easy to start. We start from zero. But what we have done is, with the guidance of the Yang Berhormat State Secretary and of course our ministers, we come up with the right structure of the ministries, and these structures was approved by the state cabinet, and thereafter we fill in with the right people, we put in the technology, we put in the system, and now we are starting to move. It is almost 2 years since 22nd of August 2019. Yeah. So the second challenges that we are facing in implementing OACP is, sometimes it's nice to write, but difficult to implement. So that's why we need people, not so much of generalists in the ministries. We need more specialist people, people who are expert in terms of transportation. If you talk about marine specialists, airline, aviation specialists, land transport specialists, we may not have it now immediately, but what we do, immediate action is we try to get people from outside, even retired people who are expert in their own field, to join us, okay, to lead the younger officers, to advise them, to tell them what to do. So this is how we overcome the second challenges. The third challenges is, of course, new ministries, but the expectation is high from the key stakeholders. For example, they want to see what we are doing now, what happened to the public transport. Are many people using the buses or not, for example? What happened to the ART, for example? Of course, what we are doing is, together with the relevant agencies under us, including Sarawak Metro, SEDC, we work together, we engage with the different ministries and transport industry players on how to move forward on this matter. Yeah. So these are just some of the challenges and solutions from the big picture that we faced, and we put in place the solutions. And of course, this helped us to implement our OACP. I think with that, thank you to everyone. So now we move on to the next part of the discussion, which is on the organizational anti-corruption plan. So we have prepared ours. If you see, we show that slide first. This slide. Where's this slide? I think. Okay. Okay. What we do is we have prepared ours based on what we agreed, the ministry agreed, transport. This may be the same with what are happening in your ministry, but I believe there are something special that you want to share with us so that we can share with the audience later on. Okay, probably in terms of project management, maybe the same, but if you want to add something, you add something. So what we do, we go ministry by ministries to get feedback from you. What are your priority areas? You can deviate 100% from all this. Okay, so you tell us what would be the problem, what would be the strategies, yeah? Okay, can we start with the first ministry? Where is our facilitators? Okay, we start with which ministry? Hello, are you with me? Mandret?
Yes, Dato Sirai here.
Sirai. Okay, we start with you. Are there any things that you want to add based on what we have written from the Ministry of Modernization of Agriculture? For example, 1 or 2 priority areas that need to be shared later on. What are your priority areas?
Yeah, for the rest of on how you come up with OACP, more or less we are of the same line, yeah,
Okay.
of whatsoever. But of course, when you talk about priority area, it's also based on our core function. So for our ministry, the core function that we have as far as my division, who is looking after native land development, we are focused on the process of approving NCR land development area. So that is our
priority
areas. Yes.
Process. Let me get it right. Process to get approval for
NCR.
land development, NCR land development.
Yes.
The process to get approval from NCR land development. Yeah. NCR land development. So what is your strategy in making sure that you are following the right process and procedures and give the approval immediately to the people who are competent, the people who have all the necessary ingredients to develop NCR land? What is your strategies there?
Yeah, the critical part of it is we have to establish official workflow for everything. There must be proper SOP to all this process, including in our processings of application by the landowners, for their land to be developed and to be to be registered as NCR land development area. Yeah.
Dara Sirai, make sure it is inside your OACP.
Yes, it is.
Okay, it is. You follow what you have agreed. Establish workflow for
every process, including for the to process the application by the landowner. The application to develop must be from the landowners.
Establish workflow for every process, approval processes, is it?
Yeah, approval processes.
Okay, for every approval processes. Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so what is the problem if you don't follow this?
There is, opportunities for people to, what do you call it? Let's say they bend the rule or something.
Abuse of power.
Abuse of power.
Abuse of power, okay.
Hmm.
Abuse of power by whom? By the ministry or what? By the ministry officer?
It can be by the ministry. It
Okay.
can be by other agency who work together with us.
Okay, abuse of power enough, I think enough. Abuse of power by the ministry or other agencies when there is no clear workflow, huh? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, next, what is the problem? Abuse of power. What other things? Just like ours is now, we give you some example.
Yeah, it can cause, like, for example, when we need to appoint investors, yeah, for certain area to develop certain area, we might get investor that is not competent enough to develop it.
Incompetent investors, huh? Okay, cukuplah.
Cukup.
Jangan banyak je lah, cukup.
Tinggal untuk orang lain lah, Dato'.
Ya. Okay. Okay, cukup. Okay, you ada satu saja cukup, ah?
Cukup.
Okay, can we move to the next ministry? Ministry, next one. Ministry of Urban Development and Natural Resources. Are you there? Halo, yang berbahagia Datuk Zaidi or Rep, anybody there? Later on we polish this. Anybody from Mudur? Yeah. Anybody from Mudur? We just want to get one from you. Agnes, you want to say something, Agnes? We try to manage ourselves within this time frame, yeah? I know you have many, but can you just share with us one? Different from what we have shared with you and different from what Saudara Sirai has shared. Something different. Hello? Are you there? Or you're still thinking? Can we move on to the next ministry? Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Mister, anybody from Mister? Can you show yourself? Don't hide. Don't be scared. Hello?
Okay, Dato', from Ministry of Utility. Can you hear?
Okay, wait first. Saudara Syed, is it?
Yes.
Okay, we go to utility first. I think better like this lah. We follow, where are these people?
I just give one areas, huh?
Yes.
So-
You
so-
just, Engineer Syed, you just share with us something that is different
Right.
from what we have discussed lah. Some are very common in nature, some are very special or peculiar to your ministry. So can you share with us apa? Priority areas is on what?
This one could be common, but again, I will just highlight the things that we do at the ministry. So we do actually
Okay.
have this enforcement action taken here also in the ministry.
Priority area is what? Enforcement, enforcement of what?
But if priority in this case will be actually undertaking projects because we are on utilities and we are doing this water and electricity. So one of our priority areas is actually pemantauan projects, which I think is also probably similar to others.
Yeah, project monitoring lah. Project monitoring deh. Project
Or
monitoring.
specific to water and electricity and electricity.
Project monitoring. Understood. Water utility. So what is your strategy there?
So
What do you
basically,
do?
so
How
in our
do you monitor?
our strategy is memperkukuhkan kecekapan dan mempertingkatkan keberkesanan pemantauan projek. So we look at that the skill and the competency is one of the important area.
Wait first. Memperkukuhkan, strengthen the skill and
dan
mempertingkatkan kecekapan,
keberkesanan, effectiveness.
Okey, mampu kecekapan dan meningkatkan keberkesanan lagi.
Pemantauan projek.
Okey, pemantauan projek. Okey.
So
Pemantauan projek.
Basically, in our case is because projects for us is related to utility. People feel it. Therefore, timely delivery is important.
Okay, what happened? What happened? Now we go to the next one. Problem severity. This template are given to us, yeah?
Right.
So we follow, we feel it.
Correct.
What would happen if you could not deliver those projects in times to the people? Based on your experience, what happened? How bad is the problem?
Water, electricity are basic. They really feel it. So if they don't have it, they won't get it. That's number one. And number two, they would definitely.
Wait, first, use what I mean is like ours. We said cost overrun, project delay, all those things. But in your case, how severe is the problem? People die or what?
Non-availability and complaint. They won't die lah, but they will complain. Basically, non-availability of. Non-availability of these basic facilities.
Yes, and receive many complaints, something like that.
Facilities, because these are basic now. These are things people need. When they know projects are there, they don't get it, they'll come to us now.
Receive many complaints,
That's right.
Complaints, yeah. Okay, apa lagi? Apa yang based on your experience? I mean, this is sharing, but I mean, what actually happening? Apa lagi?
No, with these two, it's enough already. They really keep us on our toes.
Okay, thank you. Can we move to
Thank you very much.
Any other ministry? Other ministry, volunteer, please. Or you want me to say, to call you? Okay. Other ministry, Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Women. Hello, where are you? Just put it back what you have prepared in your OACP, yeah? I believe you have started preparing your OACP. Hello, can we go back? MID, Ministry of Infrastructure. Come. Ministry of Infrastructure Development. Oh, I sakit tekak for you people. Okay, we go to Ministry of Infrastructure. Hello. Infrastructure.
Dato'.
Yes, introduce yourself. Who are you?
I'm G from Ministry of Youth and Sport.
Okay, we go to your template. You go your template. What you want to say? Okay.
We have something slightly different.
Okay. Wait first, G. Go to the template. Okay. What, Ken? Okay, you tell us. Priority area.
Of course, a priority area for the pengurusan projek, pentadbiran, kewangan, perolehan, sumber manusia. I believe that is a common
yes.
element.
I want yours special. Yeah.
We have a bidang that is slightly different from others. That is a pembangunan aktiviti belia dan sukan.
Okay. Pembangunan belia dan sukan. Sekretariat.
Yes.
Pembangunan belia dan sukan. Okay.
Under that, our strategy will be on memperkenalkan mekanisme.
Okay.
Pemantauan bagi segala urusan kelulusan, pengendalian dan pelaporan aktiviti.
Jangan laju gila, Ji. Segala urusan dan
urusan kelulusan, pengendalian,
kelulusan dan pengendalian
dan pelaporan aktiviti.
Dan pengendalian pelaporan aktiviti, ya.
Yes.
This is your strategy, ya.
Yes.
So what is the problem if you don't do this? What happen if you don't do this?
Basically, we are running activity and also giving grant to the sport activity association, the youth association, and so on. if we do not tighten the activity, the in terms of kelulusan, pengendalian dan pelaporan aktiviti and so on, meaning to say that we're just giving blindly.
They can abuse it, is it? Something like abuse?
Yes, kind of they will abuse it.
Misuse,
So we must make sure that the fund provided, they are really running the program as a report and a request to us.
So they are not running the program based on the objective. So what happened? We don't achieve the objective lah. Something like that, is it?
Yes, correct.
Okay, let me abuse. Don't achieve the objective. Okay, that's all. Something. Okay, thank you, Ji. Next ministry.
MIPD.
What?
MIPD.
MIPD first.
Ministry of Infrastructure.
Yeah, please. Who is on the line, please?
My name is Haryani, Integrity Officer from MIPD.
MIPD, you hold on. Okay. What is your priority areas?
Okay, here I would like to share about penyebaran maklumat yang tidak sahih lucah di dalam media sosial rasmi organisasi.
Sekejap. Jangan laju gila. Penyebaran
maklumat yang tidak sahih di dalam media sosial rasmi organisasi.
Tidak sahih dalam media sosial rasmi organisasi.
Okay, our strategy ataupun inisiatif will be memperkenalkan
apa?
Garis panduan yang lebih telus.
Memperkenalkan garis panduan yang lebih telus
dalam penggunaan platform media sosial.
Dalam penggunaan platform media sosial lah.
Rasmi
yang
organisasi,
ini,
yes.
Media sosial MOK. What happen if you don't do this? Problem severity.
Takut nanti ada isu-isu berbangkit kalau kita tidak tapis the information ataupun benda yang tidak sahih. It will come back to us back lah, Dato'.
Sekejap. Sorry, sekejap. What is this? Why suddenly they take it away? What is that?
It's actually the reminder that we will be in the main room later. We have 40 seconds left, so maybe we can end this.
Okay. Okay. What is the problem severity lagi apa? Maksudnya apa tadi Haryani?
Maksudnya berita yang tidak sahih akan membawa benda yang tak baik kepada memudaratkanlah, Dato'.
Memudaratkan kepada
agensi kementerian, yes, betul.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Lagi siapa belum lagi?
Maybe we are out of time. We have 5 seconds before we are moving to main room.
2 dah masuk, and then yang the first one tu MOT tu.
Room 3 pun coming back.
Okay, yeah. So room 1 semua dah ada kat sini.
Room 2 also.
Ya, room 2.
Room 1.
Room 3 patut pun dah balik. Saya dah balik.
Room tu masuk hutan. Kita dah balik ke bandar.
Kita kena pinjam dia punya tracker tu.
Keluar dulu tu yang masalah.
Hutan ada tracker. Because saya yang sesat tadi before I came in. We have 268.
Nazam, you were talking to me tadi sebelum saya keluar daripada the other room.
Ada Dato' Baklan is here already.
Nazam tadi, were you saying something to me tadi?
I'm always there. I'm here.
Alright.
Pak Rahman and Anis, this is the thing I love about Sarawak. You look at our the multi-ethnic in our district office, in our resident office. I don't see this in Semenanjung. Sorry ya, Orang Melayu.
I think kalau participant nak turn on video semua pun boleh.
Yalah, don't hide yourselves. Show your pretty faces.
Right.
Takut silau.
Oh, takut silau. Masa ni lah we want to see you all.
Ya, betul. Dr. Mac, betul.
Betul
Yeah, is everyone back?
I think so.
All
No, it's only 266. Tadi 600. Takkan dia mau sesat. We really need the tracker. Kena pinjam yang
Ada yang 400 sudah pergi cafeteria. Sekarang kan dah boleh dine
Sama
in.
kami kolok.
Boleh dine in.
Okay, kita boleh
Okay, we
Yeah.
can start.
we can start Dato' Madudin.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, that was a very good breakout. I managed to enter 2. Sorry, Anis, I can't join your group tadi. Okay, thank you very much. So welcome back welcome back everyone. So in this webinar section, this is the part 3. So before we start, we need to do this poll again. So there are 2 big questions here. Will Sarawak achieve its vision to be a developed state with high integrity in 2030? You know, you may have the best, you know, you may have achieved a high, what we call a developed state, but without integrity. So the question here is that, will Sarawak achieve its vision to be a developed state with high integrity by 2030? So you have is a yes or no. And number 2, what is the key factor to ensure Sarawak become a developed, alamak tak nampak. Okay, what is the key factor to ensure Sarawak become a developed state with integrity? So you have a choice here: readiness of individual to change and improve quality of life and well-being, conducive culture environment to root out malpractices or abuse of power, leadership by example, good governance. But you're only given one choice. Please choose the best that you think that will be the key factor to ensure Sarawak become a developed state with integrity. Okay, you can take a poll now. So I do hope that you all will, because we only have 264 left. Okay. Oh, okay. So there is a, oops, where is it? I can't see. Oh, okay. So based on this poll, it says that will Sarawak achieve its vision to be a developed state with high integrity? 80% are very confident that we will become a developed state with high integrity. I'm so happy to see that from our participants here. And the second question, what is the key factor? So you notice they are very close between readiness of individual to change, and that is about 23%. And for the other one is conducive culture environment to root out malpractices, and equally strong good governance with solid state of preventive tools. So these are the responses that we received to this poll. So these are very important polls that as Sarawak Leadership Institute, you can use this poll. I think we have one more last poll, is it? We have one more, I think. Yeah. So later.
No more, Dato'.
More, only 4, Oh, yeah, because we break it up into 2. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. All right. So now we come to the next part of our presentation. I think, okay. This is a short presentation, the part 3. So the 3 breakout rooms, we have done that. So we will be discussing 2 things that we will focus after this. Yeah. So the challenges and way forward in implementing the OACP. Yeah. So for break room 1 is Ministry plus PBT plus Badan Berkanun, led by Ministry of Transport. Now break room 2, Agency and Pejabat Ketua Menteri. It's led by Jabatan Hutan Sarawak. And break room 3, RNNR, NDO, and Pejabat Ketua Menteri, led by Pejabat Resident Sarike. So you're given about to present just the challenges and the way forward. So I invite group 1, breakout room 1, Dato' Buckland. You're muted, Dato'.
Okay. Just show us like. Just show us. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We did not manage to complete the whole exercise, because the time is very limited. But let me try to summarize. First is on the priority areas. I mean, priority areas, we noticed that not much different from what we have presented in Ministry of Transport, covering project management, financial and procurement, good governance, and human resource management. I noticed except one on media management, which is very important, you know, how to address fake news, for example. So these are the additional things. The rest, in terms of youth management, is basically about project management. Yeah. So those are, if you talk about priority areas. In terms of challenges and solution, we miss it. But what I can say is, number one is meeting the high expectation of the stakeholders, meaning to say, can we deliver what we promise to the people? That is very important. And the people expectation is ever increasing. And it is even more transparent with the application of digital technology. You cannot hide it now. If there is a water or power interruption, or if there is any bad thing happen, which are responsibility of the government, immediately you will get response or reaction from the public. I think that is very obvious now. Number two, I noticed that based on our discussion, I think the time has changed, that we need more people who are specialists in the subject matter. We don't need generalists anyhow, because we are moving forward to multitasking. Many jobs can be done by one person. Specialist subject matter is very important. I'm talking more in terms of the experience that we are facing now. We more expert subject matter. Yeah. So how the solution? I think the solution, I can't give you the solution immediately. I believe Yang Berhormat State Secretary can share that. But when the expectation of the people is there, we must deliver the services required by the people. We have all the website, we have all the handphones, we must good in our work, we must have the process and procedures. So we must immediately react and resolve the problems. And when you talk about people, people want a solution on the dot. They do not want explanation which is lengthy, written by people who are non-expert. If you are water expert, you must be able to describe it precisely. So these are the two things that I can. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dato' Baklan, for the sharing. Now I invite our from room 2, breakout room 2, to present your challenges and the way forward. Yeah. Jabatan Hutan. Yes.
Okay, dah dapat tengok?
Yes.
Okay, these are challenges. We got 3 challenges. Yeah, to be put more actually. One is manpower versus area. Sarawak is very huge, besar, and rugged area also. And then compared to our manpower for information, 800 to 900 yang memang G, yang memang technical on forest pun job. Yang lainnya about 500, maybe 400 plus or 500 plus is on end, others and engineer semua. But only 800 plus only is a forester, is related to forest job. So just imagine of 6, 7 6 million now. Actually, dulu 7 million, but now 1 million is TPS is under SFC. So now we are taking care of 6 million hectare of forested area. That is very huge. That is the challenge that we face in the department. But the solution for this one, we are now have a high-tech airborne surveillance. That we use airborne surveillance to carry out our duties, to check our forests, to check what happened in interior area, and then semua tahu. I think department has one big, not a big, is one kapal terbang now parked in Miri hangar now. Now can be used to surveillance our forest area. That is solution we are now doing, but still manpower is the most important things. You just imagine when our civilian can detect something happen on the ground, then we have to put our men on the ground also. But manpower on the ground is not enough. In Miri, in Kapit, especially Kapit is a lot of licensed area, and then is out of line. But our sophisticated handphone sana pun tidak guna. So this is a challenge we have to face it. But we try our best to do it. And then as I said before, is our FOACC. For those yang tidak tahu, FOACC is Forest One-Stop Compliance Center, where royalty marking, where we get royalty from our timber there. It's supposed to be a royalty marking timber there. Then we have to use reflux. My success the next slide. This is the system that we use, reflux system. We can track the logs is royalty or not easily because they got tagging number. They get a lot of document to carry out by timber lorry or tongkang. We can check immediately when there is a line. We can use our handphone to check. We can download the system in our handphone, and then we can check logs whether it's royalty or not on the spot. But dengan syarat have a line, internet line. Where this area there's no internet line, we have to go to the area that have internet line, then we can check lagi. That is the challenge. The challenge is we go to interior, we cannot use our handphone. That is the challenge. Now, still, hopefully our department, our government can put lot of menara telecom in the interior side so that we can manage our forest very in such a way that given to us to take care of our forest. Slide tadi, please. And then the others is staffing also. Technical agencies need to go on the ground. Now it's very difficult to go on the ground. The pandemic here and there, and the MCO. This our department. For those technical department also have a difficulty to go on the ground. But as I told earlier, manpower is the most challenges that we face. But we managed to put some solution on it because some of our district, for example, DFO, district forest office, is no more in function because that area maybe no more licensed area. That area has been developed to agriculture whatsoever. So we have to close that district office. Then we put this district office officer. We put it to any office that really still inactive now, especially in Kapit. Now we are upgrading Kapit area. Our office in Kapit. At the time being now is only about 20 plus staff over there. And now we are now transferring our staff to put more people, put more staff in Kapit to manage area in Kapit. And then the challenge, other challenge that I could not put in here is logistics. Logistics in Kapit, you cannot use 4-wheel drive only. you got to have your own board, your own engine board. We have difficulties in enforcement. That is my experience. When we pay outsider, maybe we can sewa kenderaan, sewa boat. Then our work has been leakage, especially on enforcement. We cannot sewa outside. We have to got our own transport so that we can put what we call it kerahasiaan kerja kita. When I got experience. When we sewa a speedboat, then we go upstream, no more. Kayu hilang, bersih over there. Nothing happened. Balik and then put a report, a zero report, tidak ada apa-apa. But when we got our own transport, we have our own boat, have our own whatever logistic we have, then we can do our job in according to the SOP, and then the kerahasiaan is there already. What we call the surprise is there. So it boleh menggugat unscrupulous for those yang doing the wrong thing, yang cut timber anyway apa semuanya, they are afraid of us actually. Bila kita pergi ke sana, then really put them in suka. But when we rely on others, we sewa here and there, we cannot do our job very in a good such way lah. That is the challenge that we put in during this session. Maybe others can give us ideas macam mana nak cover the whole area in Sarawak so that we can protect our forest, our diversity, fauna and flora inside there. And then for your info, our country di Sempadan, area in Kapit, area in Kuching here, our neighbor country masuk dalam cari jahit kayu baharu, and then they also kill our animals dalam sini. Hunting, they go hunting. It happened here. So we need manpower. And so that, as I told Prof. Rahman, our department did put up restructuring of our department, and then now in the peringkat akhir di JPA lah, it had been diluluskan oleh di peringkat kerjaan negeri already, but now our staff, our second deputy now going selalu pergi ke JPA. Hopefully can present our restructuring. In the restructuring, we put KP. KP is enforcement. We emphasize KP. Maybe 30 of them or 30 new staff on KP. KP is for enforcement level G. We is G. G is pemelihara hutan. We take care of our hutan saja. But if we got KP enforcement staff there, really can focus on enforcement. So can do our enforcement hopefully in the future. Kita dapat jaga hutan kita dengan baik lah. That's it. Thank you, Dato'.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can we have the last for the break room 3 to share your discussion today quickly, because I think we are running out of time. The resident office, Sarike. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon. So we have 4 challenges here. Number 1 is, of course, when come to OACP, when come to implementation, we need to monitor and also we need to measure. But now our cabaran is pemantauan dan pengukuran keberkesanan OACP. We don't really have the template for this. we only do it manually. So we would like, if possible, there is a online system to monitor OACP so that we can, it will show the dashboard and also pencapaian lah, kemajuan at least quarterly. For example, at our state, we have a balance scorecard dashboard, we would like if our state can consider to come out with also online system to monitor our OACP. Number 2, the second one is kekangan in terms of sumber kewangan, to implement our initiative, because some of our initiative need allocation for certain khusus or latihan. For example, to overcome the ketidakcekapan or ketelusan pengurusan KMKK, JKK, we need some allocation, for the khusus, and also internal awareness program at our division, at our administration also. So cadangan kita, we need peruntukan khas untuk PUKA disalurkan mengikut keperluan sebenar pelaksanaan inisiatif. It's not in our annual budget actually. Okay, the third one, challenges kita kerjasama dan kolaborasi dalam organisasi dan juga interagency, because certain initiative kita memerlukan top management to be with us. Sebagai contohnya, some inisiatif yang memerlukan semakan peraturan undang-undang and even melibatkan policy matters, kita perlu our suggestion here, penetapan agensi untuk mengetuai perkara yang berkaitan dengan polisi dasar sebagai koordinator, penyelaras utama untuk RNDO di peringkat jabatan Ketua Menteri dan juga ada agensi lain. This one is really crucial because to achieve our OACP, we need also to collaborate with other agencies. The last one, okay, I would like to highlight one of our kekangan adalah penggunaan teknologi yang terhad kerana kekangan kewangan dan demi kesungguhan pihak pengurusan atasan untuk mengoptimumkan teknologi dalam penyampaian perkhidmatan. So di dalam RNDO sendiri, in term of penyampaian perkhidmatan, memang kita ada certain core business kita sudah di automation, sudah dibuat secara online. Tapi masalah kita certain thing masih lagi menggunakan manual. Sebagai contohnya payment, when-come to payment, masih lagi dibuat secara manual, dan ini juga boleh menyebabkan ruang dan peluang lah for those officer yang terlibat, dan juga sebagai contohnya some of the thing diproses juga secara manually, even though ia sudah di automation. Sebagai contohnya untuk pegawai daerah, for them to produce a letter of administration ataupun probate, even though sudah dibuat secara online, masih juga sijil itu perlu di print dan juga desain. So kalau boleh, we would like also supaya in term of policy dibenarkan supaya sijil itu desain secara digital lah, part of it. And then the other one is regarding some of our initiative berkaitan dengan allowance ataupun gaji KMKK. Some of our members did mention about pembayaran apabila berlakunya tunggakan apabila kematian ketua masyarakat, ketua kaum, and then we need to collect back. So some of the suggestion that kita discuss, maybe we would like integration system, yang what we have now under ESKM dengan SIVAS lah, so that kita dapat kurangkan tunggakan allowance, tunggakan gaji dan sebagainya lah. Okay, and then Ya, cadangan kita tadi, of course, kalau boleh welcome to online system sebagai contohnya RNDO ya. Kalau boleh kita cadangkan sepenuhnya digitalize, maksudnya the whole process digital sepenuhnya sehingga the end product diproduce untuk masyarakat di luar sana lah. Oke, itu di antara part of our solution untuk cabaran yang kita kemukakan in our group lah. Oke, itu saja. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much. From Sarike, that was a good presentation by all the three breakout rooms, and we think that they are really something that our Yang Berhormat Dato' SS, Dato' Amar SS have something to look forward to keep him, to what, because he has, I think he, if I'm not mistaken, he went through all the three rooms just now. Now, I think we have come to the last part of our webinar today. So as a symbolic gesture to show the respective agencies' commitment to implement the plan and to achieve the desired results, all group lead will now hand over their OACP virtually. So to Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar, State Secretary. Okay, can we just do that? We have now everything in the new normal now. Can the three leaders, in the three rooms, how are we going to do that? Okay, I like that. Dato' Amar, so you can do that. So they're going to, so that's the document that they are presenting to you virtually. Okay. Okay, and anybody taking the photo, the secretariat? Dato' Baglat, we cannot see your that one, your or maybe because of this, no, we can see Abdul Wahab, yeah, we can see Felicia. Okay, now can we get the secretariat to take the photos? Are we done now?
Yes.
Okay, done.
Wait for a moment,
thank you.
Let me spotlight all of the participants.
Okay. They need to spotlight. Okay.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay, another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, done.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to our three lead group agency study who have kindly led the discussion in the three group. Now, thank you, Yang Bahagia Dato' Baklan, Tuan Abdul Wahab, and Puan Felicia for the for the presentation of your OACP virtually to Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar, State Secretary. Okay, now I was made to understand that Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar wants to make some announcement. Dato' Amar.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Madeline, for moderating the session and also guiding us through. This is very interesting discussion that we have today. Before we end this section, I'd like to take this opportunity to launch our new poster.
Okay.
Which is duty of disciplinary control and supervision. This is in line with our General Order 173/2. General Order 173/2 to explain the role of the head of department or supervisor to take appropriate action in every case of breach of any of the provisions of the General Order. So I will do this secara virtual, and I will press the button to launch this.
Oh, okay.
Where do we press this? Yeah. Okay, here.
1, 2, 3. All right. Okay. So it's out now.
Okay.
All right. So I think our secretariat, I hope you can take the photo.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Secretariat, have you taken the photos?
I think we can highlight.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dato' Amar, yang berhormat Dato' Amar, for that. Well, it's not part of our ni, but that was really good. Thank you very much for that. Now, before we end our discussion, or rather our webinar today, the Secretariat would like to have a group photo. Secretariat? So everybody will be in, right? Mana pergi Secretariat? Dah hilang.
Yes. Dato'.
Okay.
Can I say a few words, Dr. President?
I don't know how they're going to do that. You're going to do that by what? All the participants.
Okay, Dr. President, give me 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
can I?
I just want to.
Dato' Amar had something to announce, is it?
Yeah, no, it's not an announcement. It's just appreciation.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
thank all those who are involved in this program. I want to thank Leadership Institute for the Sarawak Civil Service. I want to thank Unit Integrity dan Ombudsman Negeri, juga Unit Audit Dalam Jabatan Perdana Menteri, Unit Sumber Manusia Negeri for their effort in organizing this event. This event has been meaningful. I hope that we can have more similar programs in the near future to cascade down the issue of integrity among Sarawakians and also Malaysians as a whole. And with that, I will also thank you for all our panelists and also the moderator for this very meaningful opportunity. With that, I'd like to thank the security to wish all Malaysians selamat menyambut Hari Kemerdekaan. Stay safe, stay vigilant, stay healthy. Thank you.
Okay, this is our core function and strategic function. Before we go to the next slide, our core function is manage of our forest resource. Second is constitute of totally permanent forest estate and enforcement of the ordinance. So our statutory function is to constitute any area of forest reserve, protected forest and communal forest. Second is to issue license and permits under forest ordinance. Third is to impose and collect royalties, premiums, fees, and other payments due to the government. Fourth is to regulate production and export of logs from Sarawak. And then the last one is to enforce the provision under the Forest Ordinance 2015, Chapter 71. So next slide. Okay, this is our OECP. We got a misi matlamat bidang keutamaan. Just go straight to our bidang keutamaan because we engage more on the forestry sector. So this one of our bidang keutamaan is pengurusan hutan, forest management, and we got 3 strategies over there, and then we got a lot of objective strategies have been drawn, but could not be put here. And then the second main bidang keutamaan kita ialah penguasaan ordinance dan peraturan hutan that we have. And then the third one is keuangan dan perolehan that our yang berbahagia Dato' Amar said so. Perolehan is the most important things, but perolehan in the department is not a big deal because the perolehan we got a lot of from Treasury Department, pekeliling from state secretary and so on. We can use too. And then the last one is sumber manusia. And then sumber manusia we guide by our NGOs and we get by a lot of pekeliling by our state government. But we want to focus on pengurusan hutan and pengupasan ordinance dan peraturan hutan here. Okay, next. So this is the challenge that we now facing when we implement our OHCP. One is manpower. Out of 6 million hectares in Sarawak, there is the forested areas that we have to manage, that we have to protect, that we have to go here and there to protect our forests. We got only about 800 out of 1,300 personnel in our forestry department. That is our challenge. First challenge is our manpower is not enough. it's really not enough. But to overcome this challenge, we are now using our high technologies. We have airborne surveillance, and then as all knows that in Jabatan we got one a very expensive plan that had been developed by our staff, our Dr. Afendi, to use this plan to monitor our forest from the south to the north throughout the state using this plan. The plan now is parked in Miri there, and then we use that plan not just for enforcement, but to check our timber license area, whether they do the harvest in a approved blocks or not. And then the second thing is the second challenge that we can see it is Sarawak is a very vast and rugged area. So some of our FOICC is Forest One-Stop Compliance Center, where royalty marking, where we can where our men mark the logs for royalty marking. Some of our FOICC is in the interior of Sarawak, so out of internet line. We are using now digitals. I will explain later in the next slide what we how to overcome this. But still, this is a challenge for us. And the last one is we are technical agencies. All knows that when we monitor and make assessment on our OICP, people tend to do documentize is very good, excellent. We can do it in the office, excellent. But whether the thing that we have put inside here is implement on the site or not, that is a challenge for us at technical agencies. Because of a lack of manpower, we have to use whatever means to check and balance on what we have done, what we have wrote in our OICP, whether we have do a right thing or not. We have do the initiative that we put in our OICP or not, and the sub initiative that we have been carried out, it is been used or done on the ground or not. There is a challenge that we were facing now in the departments. And then second solution that I put there is put more staff. Some of our DFO is our district forest office is malfunction. It's not function anymore now because of the area is very small, and then there's no more license inside the area. So we close the DFO. Some of the DFOs we close. So we are transferring those staff from the closed DFOs to regional forest office that need to be upgraded, like Kapit. Kapit is still active. A lot of license in Kapit. So now the department is upgrading the Kapit to put more men in Kapit. That is what we are doing now. And then the next slide. Okay, to overcome all these things, to implement what is initiative in our OICP, we create teams. Teams is timber enforcement, administrative, and management system. And this system we developed together with science in Sarawak to develop reflux. One is reflux. Reflux is where we can detect logs when from the source until the ends. We can detect the logs where the source is, and then this reflux we can use handphone to check. Our enforcement can check on the ground where there is internet line there. But for those area that's very interior, definitely we cannot check on the spot. and then lots of system that we develop now to overcome, to make our OACP can be done. One of it is vehicle and vessel tracking system. Now vehicles, we are talking about vehicle. Our vehicle, our enforcement vehicle, lot of our enforcement vehicles, about 50 plus of our enforcement vehicles is put UV track. We call it UV tracks. UBV tracks. So we can track where is our vehicle go to. There's integrity. We want our enforcement to be checks at any time. When our superior ask them to go to A, then we can check them. They are now going to A, straight going to A. They're not going to divide to go any place, unless our superior said, okay, you can go to B. Then you can go to B. Then we have a vehicle tracking system in our department vehicles, especially on the enforcement team. Like others, so business process development is on our SOP. We are now enhance our SOP on raiding, on investigation, and then what the most thing is now we are putting our law, our forest ordinance now is to be what we call it enhanced, make it better, ikut peredaran semasa, ikut keadaan semasa. So amendment, we make an amendment on our forest ordinance, and then we also put an full amendment also on our forest rules, because our forest rule is done during years in 1970s, 1960s, and then some of the guideline, the rules, whatever in our rules, in our forest rules, is not relevant now. But and then now we are now full amendment on our forest rules now, and lot of things we are doing on a civilian solution, communication infrastructure. We now are going still under process. Some of the team's system is under process from time to time. I think that is the main big next our tadi before this one previous one. Okay. Before I end my presentation in this group, beside these three challenges that we think, actually I can think that our team can think. There's a lot of challenges also when we wanted to implement our OACP. Not just technical, not just manpower, not just a vast and rugged area, Sarawak to Phase 2. There's a lot of things also, like as now Sarawak, what we call it, the road infrastructure in Sarawak is very good now. Now Kapit is accessed by road, and then it's a challenge for us to make sure all along the from Sibu to Kapit, we have to check, because a lot of people are taking chances now, cutting here and there timber, and then take it away. So now we have to think how we get to manage, how to cover Sibu and Kapit. There's just Sibu and Kapit, not say Miri, Limbang. That is a challenge we're facing now in the department to implement all those things. When talking about OACP, we're just not talking about how to do our job according to the law, to do our job according to our SOP, but we also focus on our staff. in the department, we have done a lot of things to make sure our staff is highly integrity or to do right thing according to the SOP has been given to them. We firstly is our director. Thanks to our Dato' director, he is very cautious, very committed lah on this integrity when come to integrity. So now he's given us a lot of tasks. On the perolehan, we got 2 or 3 tasks already given by our director to check on, especially on delivery of our project rakyat, project that costs million ringgits, and we have to check that we have check and balance before other audit coming in. Then we ask us in the integrity and audit unit in the department to check first whether that project has been implemented by our staff accordingly or not. And now we are now undergone the process of checks and balance. And then beside that, even this PKP, during PKP, we also are doing auditing on whether our staff attendance during the PKP. We are now doing the auditing on attendance on our staff during the PKP, whether they are supposed to be BDR. They do the BDR or not accordingly. They did put in the form that they're supposed to put or not. And then a lot of things that is two others, and then a lot of other things that we were tasked to do by our pengarah, Datuk Pengarah in the integrity unit. That is, I think, this is the challenge that this to be more focused. This is a challenge that we facing in the department right now, and hopefully during the discussion, maybe some new ideas that we can put on so that to keep our department or to be used by all the agencies, so that the integrity on funds we can upgrade it. We can put more integrity. We can push our staff so that our tugas, our tanggungjawab dapat dilaksanakan dengan penuh.
So if you're from Ministry, PBT, Badan Berkanun, you join this group. If you're from any agency. Application, okay, there is a breakout room feature at the bar. Please click and then you join the correct breakout room. Discussion happens there. We are now in the main Zoom room.
Yeah, hello, Esther.
Yes.
I went to the breakout room. I saw a lot of names and MOT. I'm trying to get in there, but it doesn't let me in.
Yeah, well, you don't click to the name list, Mr. Lawrence. You click the join button.
Click the join button, eh?
Yeah, yes.
Okay,
yes.
so I
don't bother with the names. You click the join button and click yes.
Okay, I leave now.
Yes, you can actually join the breakout room now.
The government machineries, especially in times of crisis that we are experiencing now. Okay, the other one is on the 4th priority areas, human resource management. To us, there must be a strong check and balance mechanism in human resource management, because we do not want people, become complacent, and then the issue of incompetency come out, favoritism, nepotism, and abuse of authority. Yeah. So we don't want that. We want to make our officers, our staff work in one team. Okay, there is no favoritism. You must be competent in your subject matter. That is, if you want to relate to what Indrayuni said earlier on, the 5 C's of leadership, you must be competent and with
Hello, is there?
Yes, Keegan, can I just do a very quick check with you? Is Prof. Rahman with you and also Tuan Wahab?
Yes, they are in group 2 at this moment. I'm
good.
actually assessing using my phone for group 2.
All right, okay. Yep, be sure that you are muted so we don't actually, yep. Thanks, Keegan, for the updates. So, hello, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang baru join kita, you can actually please join the breakout room according to your agency type, yeah? So at the bar underneath, there is a breakout room feature, click to it, and then you click join button. Letting you know that you are in the main Zoom room. Discussion happens in breakout room. Ya, hello tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang baru saja menyertai kita. Welcome, those of you who just joined us. Kindly please click the breakout room feature at the bar underneath your Zoom application, yeah, for you to be able to join the breakout room according to your agency. Thank you. Discussion is happening right now in the breakout room session.
Hello, madam.
Yeah, yes, Encik.
Very big.
I think that can be put in one of the proposals to the budget nanti coming budget.
Actually, we put it in the budget. We put it even we restructuring. We make a restructuring in the corporate department. We restructuring, but now the last part is to JPA. Hopefully JPA here. Our proposal.
Sudah diambil tindakan.
Yes, sudah diambil tindakan. But now it's on the last stage is JPA because of pandemic, MCO. So our staff could not go there to present. It has been approved by our staff. Thank you, Dr. Amar, for approving our restructuring. But now the last part is to JPA. Hopefully JPA accept it. To upgrade all our staff and then to get more, because our enforcement now is a G. G is technical, but the enforcement should be KP. KP like a police, like enforcement. So now we are upgrading. We want to engage. We want to get KP in our department as many as possible, so that they can focus on enforcement. That is what we have done in the department.
Can you share screen again, Jawahab?
Yeah.
I mean, share screen is in put to full show slide.
slide. My slide.
Yes, to full screen.
Full screen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
No, not okay.
Okay. Wait for a moment.
Full screen, eh?
Not yet. It's half screen.
Half screen.
Yes.
I got to bring my eyes near to the screen to read.
Encik Wahab, can you stop your screen sharing and also reshare it again if you have a technical problem? All right. So reshare your slide again.
I got assistant here with me.
Boleh full screen lagi kah? Tekan slideshow dekat bawah tu. Yes, correct. Tekan. Are you looking at the full screen, Encik Wahab?
Yeah. I'm looking at the full screen now.
I see. All right. Because at this moment we are looking at macam apa yang Prof Rahman mentioned tadi lah, macam half screen. It's okay. We can just proceed. Johab.
Tidak apalah, go ahead because we don't have much time. Right. Try to make do with what you can read.
Okay now.
Now it's better.
Paraman, can I ask one question?
Go ahead.
Okay. Ni Cik Abdul Wahab, sorry, saya baru masuk.
Yes.
I just came in, sorry, so I did not see the earlier presentation. But one thing I would like to know, how do you, I did ask also in other sections, how do you manage perceptions? Because kadang-kadang benda tu is not really, probably our officers are okay, but managing people, rakyat pun perception, macam kita, how do politicians manage perception rakyat? Because hutan tu is not really a very easy place to work in, knowing you are in Sarawak, maybe in other states, maybe not that difficult lah, because the issue of integrity has always been part and parcel of some of these agencies lah, macam we deal with, bila sebut polis, hutan.
Yes.
So how do you manage the perception? Is it part of your plan or anything? Mungkin saya silap.
Yes. Thank you, Dato'. Actually, that is part of our plan. We got 2 questionnaire already met, and then now to get approval from our top management to be used. One is one questionnaire is in the department itself.
Okay, internal.
And then the second question is for public.
Okay.
We will put it in our website when it was approved by our.
All right. That is very good.
But the thing is, the perception to Jabatan Hutan all those while is very high. Even now pun our SPNM. SPNM put us one of the high risk jabatan.
Oh, okay.
High risk, risiko tinggi. Because risiko tinggi, sederhana dan rendah. So now we are still high. I don't know why. Because
you really need to look at the turtle just now.
Yeah. That's why we put question A. A simple question A.
Okay.
Simple and direct question. Maybe I cannot show it here. I got it. Just.
It's okay. It's okay.
No, we are doing it.
Right.
After that, and then maybe there's another session. Then we can put the result. How is the result? Result is. We are now in process of getting perception of our own staff and public in Sarawak on Jabatan Hutan.
Yeah.
We are doing it. Thank you, Dato'.
Okay, thank you. I like the work that you all are doing. So because managing perception is a very difficult thing.
Yes.
Because macam kesian, macam polis. Nila setitik. The whole pelanga,
Betul.
That's very good. So, but most important baca turtle tadi. Ni tulis Pak Rahman punya turtle punya model tu, Pak. Very good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Berapa banyak masa lagi ada?
I don't know. The chair should know.
I don't know. Because
Let me see what time we're supposed to leave. Let me check first. Mungkin dah boleh keluar dah kot. I think we need to go back to the ni.
Men.
Yes.
Because I think group Jabatan Hutan, I think they have got quite identified the very strong challenges and also have make 3 recommendations to address the challenges.
Good.
And I think
So
the
we
issue
look
of communication gap can be integrated into the
Yeah,
challenge.
very.
Communication.
Because perception is very, very important. How do we
Yes,
manage perception?
And negative perceptions can demoralize the staff.
Yes.
So kita kena cari cara untuk incentivize and motivate them.
Yes.
Jangan terpengaruh oleh perception yang negatif.
Yes. Thank you, bro.
Abdul Rahman, memang you bercakap dengan orang yang terbaik dalam bidang ini. Dia yang cipta turtle, dia juga boleh membantu.
Yes.
Mungkin masuk ke situlah yang recommendation kedua tu. Put more staff and so on, and then address the communication gap about perception.
Address the communication gap.
Yeah.
I think that's very apt, Pak Rahman, because nowadays issue dia ialah kadang-kadang benda tu tak real pun is how do you manage? Because if you look at the private sector, they're very good at that. They spend money on communication.
Yes.
They invest in it. I think Pak Rahman was right because he said it can be very demoralizing.
Yes.
Your staff macam kami dekat Suakam lah, selalu kena hentam. Very good. Looking forward to the presentation nanti.
Right.
Okay. So we'll leave. I can leave the room now.
So we can leave now. Go to the main room.
I think so. We can leave and wait in the other room. Tapi tak ada makanan lah. Sorry.
Tak apa. So all the best group ni.
Okay.
Cik Wahab tadi.
Okay, thank you.
You are doing a great service for the nation.
All right. Thank you.
Not just for Sarawak and for the future generation.
Yes, for the future generation. Yeah.
The forest of Sarawak is one of the most important biodiversity in the world.
Yes.
So
yes.
With that kind of significance for the future generation, I think Sarawak is Jabatan Perhutanan is doing a wonderful job. So teruskan perjuangan.
Thank you, Dato'.
Okay, saya exit ya. Saya nak pergi ke main room. Okay, how to exit now? Macam mana nak exit ni? Leave room. Okay.
So are you guys done with your discussion? Encik Wahab? Hello? Okay.
Ya, betul. Itu yang kita nak sebenarnya. Itu yang kita nak.
That's right.
Sifu.
Sifu. Ramai tu.
Sifu ramai tu.
Yeah.
So I believe
alright.
room 2, breakup room 2 has done their discussion.
Okay, that means they can actually come back here. Keegan, can you alert the other two groups, please? Yeah, alert the other two groups. 5 more minutes.
Belum habis bentang lagi. The way when I went to the Badan Berkanun punya group tadi yang MOT tu, panjang presentasi.
If you could not deliver those projects in times to the people, based on your experience, what happened? How bad is the problem?
Water, electricity are basic. They really feel it. So if they don't have it, they won't get it. That's number 1. And number 2, they would definitely.
Wait, first. Use what word? What I mean is like ours. We said cost overrun, project delay, all those things. But in your case, how severe is the problem? People die or what?
non-availability and complaint. They won't die lah, but they will complain basically. Non-availability of these basic facilities.
Yes, and receive many complaints, something like that.
Facilities, because these are basic now. These are things people need. When they know projects are there, they don't get it, they'll come to us now.
Receive many complaints,
That's right.
Complaints, yeah. Okay, apa lagi? Apa yang based on your experience? I mean, this is sharing, but I mean, what actually happening? Apa lagi?
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya Rodela dari unit pentadbiran. Untuk sistem ERNDO memang di bawah unit pentadbiran. Jadi memang ada plan untuk menaik tarafkan sistem tersebut dan akan fully digitalized lah untuk macam yang DO Serian katakan tadi, signature digitalized signature. Tapi memerlukan masa untuk sebab melibatkan polisi juga dan juga security.
That you be track. Our vehicle has been put a chip so that we can track. It is from during Tok Nan era dulu.
Wow.
Tok Nan era dulu because of perception. The Madeleine, the perception during that time is very high. On the
betul. That's why I feel
so to put it down a bit. Now they put chip on our vehicles so that we can check our men where they go. When we ask them go to A, they have to go to A. No, unless from our head of department said okay, you can go B. Then we can go B. If not, we have to ask them why you go instead of go A, why you go C? Then we got to question them. We got track on that one. Every regions.
Wow.
And that's very innovative. I don't know whether Semenanjung pun kaya tak cara ini.
No, so far no. From our colleagues said no. Belum ada lagi.
That is why I'm wondering because pokok yang paling besar di Terengganu, di Dungun tu,
yes.
Ditebang gitu saja dan dibawa atas dengan lori dan
we did. I think
that is a heritage.
Yeah, heritage. I think that from our group, that is not the tree that yang paling besar tu.
Yeah.
Pokok lain tu rasa.
Yeah. Ada lagi yang lain.
Clarify from our colleague lah from the nursery department in PSM.
Oh, okay. Tapi it's one of the yang besar lah.
Yes, one of besar lah.
Tapi benda-benda macam ni lah yang
betul.
Once we identify the rare species, the one that has been there for hundreds of years, how it should be preserved and make sure that you can track that tree. And kalau ada orang usik, dia boleh serta-merta, buat laporan serta-merta.
I tengok Prof pun presentation tadi. The last part can be trusted, cannot be trusted is the communication. So now berita palsu is banyak keluar tu.
Yes, masalah komunikasi ya betul.
Communication is there. So very there. So now we are relying on WhatsApp. We are relying on social media aja now.
And your website has got to engage with this, and your Facebook also have got to engage with this.
Yes.
Tapi sedih lah, because it relates to apa yang Prof Rahman punya survey tu. Well, because you remember, Prof, when you all presented 17 years ago, there was a big hoo-ha that university students, are willing to accept bribe, and now come back, tengok the same people at the same age. So something is really not right in our society.
And even the latest survey indicates that their understanding of corruption is weak.
You sebut tu 405. And yet, Pak, kalau kita lihat the level of religiosity rakyat kita, you jangan cerita. Jangan cerita. Yang pergi saya pergi Ahad tu sembahyang, saya sebut orang lain lah. Sunday tu, ya ampun. yang Kristiannya, yang you name it. So macam seolah-olah kat mana berlakunya perselisihan tu? Di mana tu, Pak? You are public intellectual, should talk about it.
There is a quote by Muhammad Abduh who said this, something like this.
Okay.
I went to the West, I didn't see Muslims, but I see Islam. When I come back to the East, I see Muslims, but not Islam.
Oops. Wow.
It's
very powerful.
It's very powerful.
Yeah.
Macam tadi lah tengok Denmark tadi.
Yes, jangan yang external. Islam is internal.
Yeah.
Any religion is internal, spiritual.
Yeah,
kan?
yeah.
And
Tapi kenapa, Pak? But why? Why? I keep on asking that question, why? I see kalau kat UKM tu, ya ampun. I really don't know. Now that I'm in Suakam, I cannot imagine the things that we receive. You know, the things that we receive, complaints to us. Yang kena lepuk dekat jail, yang mati dalam jail. I'm not saying that, but what is it because more people are reporting? Is it because orang lebih sedar? Dulu benda ni berlaku tapi mungkin orang tak report sebab sekarang social media macam Cik Doa kata tu. Mungkin because of that.
Datuk Madeline, maaf mencelah, Datuk. The participants are actually exiting their breakout room. Yeah, they're going to be in the main Zoom room in probably I guess 30 or 40 seconds.
All right.
Yep, and then we will put up the last question, the last poll question before we do the presentation. Yeah. Thank you.
Nanti I would not know. Macam tadi, I tak tahu pun you all nak start music.
Okay.
Yeah, itu music yang suka nak
We
dengar.
didn't know that there was supposed to be music. Masa kita rehearsal tu, music. I pun tunggu music tu. Habis ke belum? Okay, Esther, then how do I know that they are all in? Oh,
Yeah, you can see that the search and participants now, 250 and it's counting. They are all back in now. Yep.
My group is certainly coming back now.
Okay, tu dah masuk. And then yang the first one tu, MOT tu.
Room 3 pun coming back.
Okay, yeah. So room 1 semua dah ada kat sini.
Room 2 also.
Yeah, room 2. Room 3.
Room 3 patut pun dah balik. Saya dah balik.
Room tu masuk hutan. Kita dah balik ke bandar.
Kita kena pinjam dia punya tracker tu.
Tadi keluar dulu tu yang masalah.
Hutan ada tracker. Because saya yang sesat tadi before I came in. We have 268.
Nazam, you were talking to me tadi sebelum saya keluar daripada the other room.
Ada Dato' Baklan is here already.
Nazam, tadi were you saying something to me tadi?
I'm always here. I'm here.
All right.
Pak Rahman and Anis, this is the thing I love about Sarawak. You look at the multi-ethnic in our district office, in our resident office. I don't see this in Semenanjung. Sorry ya, orang Melayu.
I think kalau participant nak turn on video semua pun boleh.
Yalah, don't hide yourselves. Show your pretty faces.
Right.
Takut silau.
Oh, takut silau. Masa ni lah we want to see you all.
Ya, betul. Dr. Mac, betul.
Betul
Yeah, is everyone back?
I think so. No, it's only 266. Tadi 600. Takkan ada orang sesat. We really need the tracker. Kena pinjam yang
ada yang 400 tu dah pergi cafeteria. Sekarang kan dah boleh dine in.
Kami kolok.
Boleh dine in.
Okay, kita boleh
we can start
we can start Dato' Madeline.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, that was a very good breakout. I managed to enter 2. Sorry, Anis, I can't join your group tadi. Okay, thank you very much. So welcome back welcome back everyone. So in this webinar section, this is the part 3. So before we start, we need to do this poll again. So there are 2 big questions here. Will Sarawak achieve its vision to be a developed state with high integrity in 2030? You know, you may have the best, you know, you may have achieved a high, what we call a developed state, but without integrity. So the question here is that, will Sarawak achieve its vision to be a developed state with high integrity by 2030? So you have is a yes or no. And number 2, what is the key factor to ensure Sarawak become a developed, alamak, tak nampak. Okay, what is the key factor to ensure Sarawak become a developed state with integrity? So you have a choice here: readiness of individual to change and improve quality of life and well-being, conducive culture environment to root out malpractices or abuse of power, leadership by example, good governance. But you're only given one choice. Please choose the best that you think that will be the key factor to ensure Sarawak become a developed state with integrity. Okay, you can take a poll now. So I do hope that you all will, because we only have 264 left. Okay. Oh, okay. So there is a, oops, where is it? I can't see. Oh, okay. So based on this poll, it says that will Sarawak achieve its vision to be a developed state with high integrity? 80% are very confident that we will become a developed state with high integrity. I'm so happy to see that from our participants here. And the second question, what is the key factor? So you notice they are very close between readiness of individual to change, and that is about 23%. And for the other one is conducive culture environment to root out malpractices, yeah? And equally strong, good governance with solid state of preventive tools. So these are the responses that we received to this poll. So these are very important polls that as Sarawak Leadership Institute, you can use this poll. I think we have one more last poll, is it? We have one more, I think. Yeah. So later.
No more, Dato.
No more, only 4, eh? Oh, yeah, because we break it up into 2. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. All right. So now we come to the next part of our presentation. I think, okay. This is a short presentation, the part 3. So the 3 breakout rooms, we have done that. So we will be discussing 2 things that we will focus after this, yeah? So the challenges and way forward in implementing the OACP. Yeah? So for break room 1 is Ministry plus PBT plus Badan Berkanun, led by Ministry of Transport. Now break room 2, Agency and Pejabat Ketua Menteri. It's led by Jabatan Hutan Sarawak. And break room 3, RNDO and Pejabat Ketua Menteri, led by Pejabat Resident Sarike. So you're given about to present just the challenges and the way forward. So I invite group 1, breakout room 1, Dato' Buckland. You're muted, Dato'.
Okay. Yes, show us lighting. Yes, show us. Yes, show us. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We did not manage to complete the whole exercise because the time is very limited. But let me try to summarize. First is on the priority areas. Priority areas, we noticed that not much different from what we have presented in Ministry of Transport, covering project management, financial and procurement, good governance, and human resource management. I noticed except one on media management, which is very important, how to address fake news, for example. So these are the additional things. The rest, in terms of youth management, is basically about project management. Yeah. So those are, if you talk about priority areas. In terms of challenges and solution, we miss it. But what I can say is, number one is meeting the high expectation of the stakeholders, meaning to say, can we deliver what we promise to the people. That is very important. And the people expectation is ever increasing. And it is even more transparent with the application of digital technology. You cannot hide it now. If there is a water or power interruption, or if there is any bad thing happen, which are responsibility of the government, immediately you will get response or reaction from the public. I think that is very obvious now. Number two, I noticed that based on our discussion, I think the time has changed, that we need more people who are specialists in the subject matter. We don't need generalists anyhow, because we are moving forward to multitasking. Many jobs can be done by one person. Specialist subject matter is very important. I'm talking more in terms of the experience that we are facing now. We more expert subject matter. Yeah. So how the solution? I think the solution, I can't give you the solution immediately. I believe Yang Berhormat State Secretary can share that. But when the expectation of the people is there, we must deliver the services required by the people. We have all the website, we have all the handphones, we must good in our work, we must have the process and procedures. So we must immediately react and resolve the problems. And when you talk about people, people want a solution on the dot. They do not want explanation which is lengthy, written by people who are non-expert. If you are water expert, you must be able to describe it precisely. So these are the two things that I can. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dato' Baglan, for the sharing. Now I invite our from room 2, breakout room 2, to present your challenges and the way forward. Yeah. Jabatan Hutan, yes.
Okay, dah dapat tengok?
Yes.
Okay, these are our challenges. We got 3 challenges. Yeah, to be put more actually. One is manpower versus area. Sarawak is very huge, besar, and rugged area also. And then compared to our manpower for information, 800 to 900 yang memang G, yang memang technical on forest pun job. Yang lainnya about 500, maybe 400 plus or 500 plus is on end, others and engineer semua. But only 800 plus only is a forester, is related to forest job. So just imagine of 6 million now. Actually, dulu 7 million, but now 1 million is TPS is under SFC. So now we are taking care of 6 million hectare of forested area. That is very huge. That is the challenge that we face in the department. But the solution for this one, we are now have a high-tech airborne surveillance. That we use airborne surveillance to carry out our duties, to check our forest, to check what happened in interior area, and then semua tahu. I think department has one big, not a big, is one kapal terbang now parked in Miri hangar now can be used to surveillance our forest area. That is solution we are now doing, but still manpower is the most important things. You just imagine when our civilian can detect something happen on the ground, then we have to put our men on the ground also. But manpower on the ground is not enough. In Miri, in Kapit, especially Kapit is a lot of licensed area, and then is out of line. But our sophisticated handphone sana pun tidak guna. So this is a challenge that we have to face it. But we try our best to do it. And then as I said before, is our FOACC. For those yang tidak tahu, FOACC is Forest One-Stop Compliance Center, where royalty marking, where we get royalty from our timber there. It's supposed to be a royalty marking timber there. Then we have to use Reflux. My success the next slide. This is the system that we use, Reflux system. We can track the logs is royalty or not easily because they got tagging number. They get a lot of document to carry out by timber lorry or tongkang. We can check immediately when there is a line. We can use our handphone to check. We can download the system in our handphone, and then we can check logs whether it's royalty or not on the spot. But dengan syarat have a line, internet line. With this area there's no internet line, we have to go to the area that have internet line, then we can check lagi. That is the challenge. The challenge is we go to interior, we cannot use our handphone. That is the challenge. Now, still, hopefully our department, our government can put lot of menara telecom in the interior side so that we can manage our forest very in such a way that given to us to take care of our forest. Slide tadi, please. And then the others is staffing also. Technical agencies need to go. Now it's very difficult to go on just our department. For those technical department also have a difficulty to go on the ground. But as I told earlier, manpower is the most challenges that we face. But we managed to put some solution on it because some of our district forest DFO, district forest office, is no more in function because that area maybe no more licensed area. That area has been developed to agriculture whatsoever. So we have to close that district office. Then we put this district office officer. We put it to any office that really still inactive now, especially in Kapit. Now we are upgrading Kapit area. Our office in Kapit. At the time being now is only about 20 plus staff over there. And now we are now transferring our staff to put more people, put more staff in Kapit to manage area in Kapit. And then the other challenge that I could not put in here is logistics. Logistics in Kapit, you cannot use four-wheel drive only. You got to have your own board, your own engine board. We have difficulties in enforcement. That is my experience. When we pay outsider, maybe we can sewa kenderaan or sewa boat. Then our work has been leakage, especially on enforcement. We cannot sewa outside. We have to got our own transport so that we can put what we call it kerahasiaan kerja kita. When I got experience. When we sewa a speedboat, then we go upstream, no more. Kayu hilang, bersih over there. Nothing happened. Balik and then put a report, a zero report, tidak ada apa-apa. But when we got our own transport, we have our own boat, have our own whatever logistic we have, then we can do our job in according to the SOP, and then the kerahsiaan is there already. What we call the surprise is there. So it boleh menggugat unscrupulous for those yang doing the wrong thing, yang cut timber anyway apa semua, they are afraid of us actually. Bila kita pergi ke sana, then really put them in suka. But when we rely on others, we say here and there, we cannot do our job very in a good such way lah. That is the challenge that we put in during this session. Maybe others can give us ideas macam mana nak cover the whole area in Sarawak so that we can protect our forest, our diversity, fauna and flora inside there. And then for your info, our country di Sempadan, area in Kapit, area in Kuching here, our neighbor country masuk dalam cari jahit kayu baharu. And then they also kill our animals dalam sini. Hunting, they go hunting. It happened here. So we need manpower. And so that, as I told Prof. Rahman, our department did put up restructuring of our department. And then now in the peringkat akhir di JPA lah, it had been diluluskan oleh di peringkat kerjaan negeri already, but now our staff, our second deputy now going selalu pergi ke JPA. Hopefully can present our restructuring. In the restructuring, we put KP. KP is enforcement. We emphasize KP. Maybe 30 of them or 30 new staff on KP. KP is for enforcement level G. We is G. G is pemelihara hutan. We take care of our hutan saja. But if we got KP enforcement staff there, really can focus on enforcement. So can do our enforcement. Hopefully in the future kita dapat jaga hutan kita dengan baik lah. Jadi thank you Dato'.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can we have the last for the break room 3 to share your discussion today quickly, because I think we are running out of time. The resident office, Sarike. Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon. So we have 4 challenges here. Number 1 is of course when come to OACP. When come to implementation, we need to monitor and also we need to measure. But now our cabaran is pemantauan dan pengukuran keberkesanan OACP. We don't really have the template for this. We only do it manually. So we would like, if possible, there is a online system to monitor OACP so that we can, it will show the dashboard and also pencapaian lah, kemajuan at least quarterly. For example, at our state, we have a balance scorecard dashboard, you know. We would like if our state can consider to come out with also online system to monitor our OACP. Number 2, the second one is kekangan in terms of sumber kewangan, yeah, to implement our initiative, because some of our initiative need allocation for certain khusus or latihan. For example, to overcome the ketidakcekapan or ketelusan pengurusan KMKK, JKK, we need some allocation, yeah, for the khusus, and also internal awareness program at our division, at our administration also. So cadangan kita we need peruntukan khas untuk PUKA disalurkan mengikut keperluan sebenar pelaksanaan inisiatif. It's not in our annual budget actually. Okay, the third one, challenges kita kerjasama dan kolaborasi dalam organisasi dan juga interagency, because certain initiative kita memerlukan top management to be with us. Sebagai contohnya, some inisiatif yang memerlukan semakan peraturan undang-undang and even melibatkan policy matters, ya, kita perlu our suggestion here, penetapan agensi untuk mengetuai perkara yang berkaitan dengan polisi dasar sebagai koordinator, ya, penyelaras utama untuk RNDO di peringkat jabatan Ketua Menteri dan juga ada agensi lain lah. This one is really crucial lah, because to achieve our OACP we need also to collaborate with other agencies, ya. The last one, okay, I would like to highlight one of our kekangan adalah penggunaan teknologi yang terhad kerana kekangan kewangan dan demi kesungguhan pihak pengurusan atasan untuk mengoptimumkan teknologi dalam penyampaian perkhidmatan. So di dalam RNDO sendiri, in term of penyampaian perkhidmatan, memang kita ada certain core business kita sudah di automation, ya, sudah dibuat secara online. Tapi masalah kita certain thing masih lagi menggunakan manual. Sebagai contohnya payment, when come to payment, ya, masih lagi dibuat secara manual, dan ini juga boleh menyebabkan ruang dan peluang lah for those officer yang terlibat, dan juga sebagai contohnya some of the thing diproses juga secara manually, even though ia sudah di automation. Sebagai contohnya untuk pegawai daerah, ya, for them to produce letter of administration ataupun probate, ya, even though sudah dibuat secara online, masih juga sijil itu perlu di print dan juga desain. So kalau boleh, we would like also supaya in term of policy dibenarkan supaya sijil itu desain secara digital lah, part of it. And then the other one is regarding some of our initiative berkaitan dengan allowance ataupun gaji KMKK. Some of our members did mention about pembayaran apabila berlakunya tunggakan apabila kematian ketua masyarakat, ketua kaum, and then we need to collect back, ya. So some of the suggestion that kita discuss, maybe we would like integration system, ya, yang what we have now under ESKM dengan SIVAS lah, so that kita dapat kurangkan tunggakan allowance, tunggakan gaji dan sebagainya lah. Okay, and then cadangan kita tadi, of course, kalau boleh when come to online system, sebagai contohnya RNDO, ya, kalau boleh kita cadangkan sepenuhnya digitalize, maksudnya the whole process digital sepenuhnya sehingga the end product diproduce untuk masyarakat di luar sana lah. Okay, itu di antara part of our solution untuk cabaran yang kita kemukakan in our group lah. Okay, itu saja. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much. From Sarike, that was a good presentation by all the three breakout rooms, and we think that they are really something that our Yang Berhormat Dato' SS, Dato' Amar SS have something to look forward to keep him, to what, because he has, I think if I'm not mistaken, he went through all the three rooms just now. Now, I think we have come to the last part of our webinar today. So as a symbolic gesture, to show the respective agencies' commitment to implement the plan and to achieve the desired results, all group lead will now hand over their OACP virtually. So to Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar, State Secretary. Okay, can we just do that? We have now everything in the new normal now. Can the three leaders, in the three rooms? How are we going to do that? Okay, I like that. Dato' Amar, so you can do that. So they're going to, so that's the document that they are presenting to you virtually. Okay. Okay, and anybody taking the photo, the secretariat? Dato' Baklan, we cannot see your that one, or maybe because of this, no, we can see Abdul Wahab, we can see Felicia. Okay, now can we get the secretariat to take the photos? Are we done now?
Yes.
Okay, done.
Wait for a moment. Let me spotlight all of the participants.
Okay. They need to spotlight. Okay.
All right. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Done.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to our three lead group agency study who have kindly led the discussion in the three group. Now, thank you, Yang Bahagia Dato' Baklan, Tuan Abdul Wahab, and Puan Felicia for the for the presentation of your OACP virtually to Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar, State Secretary. Okay, now I was made to understand that Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar wants to make some announcement. Dato' Amar.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Madeline, for moderating the session and also guiding us through. This is very interesting discussion that we have today. Before we end this session, I'd like to take this opportunity to launch our new poster.
Okay.
Which is duty of disciplinary control and supervision. This is in line with our General Order 173(2). General Order 173(2) to explain the role of the head of department or supervisor to take appropriate action in every case of breach of any of the provisions of the General Order. So I will do this secara virtual, and I will press the button to launch this.
Oh, okay.
Where do you press this? Yeah. Okay, here.
1, 2, 3. All right. Okay. So it's out now.
Okay.
All right. So I think our secretariat, I hope you can take the photo.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Secretariat, have you taken the photos?
I think we can highlight.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dato' Amar, Yang Berhormat Dato' Amar.
5.4 objektif strategi adalah meningkat kawalan dalam pembayaran allowance KMKK dan JKK, Ketua Masyarakat, Ketua Kaum dan JKK. So this one risiko yang kita ambil adalah ketidakcekapan pegawai mengurus pembayaran allowance KMKK. So we have 4 initiative here. Some sedang dilaksanakan, some belum ya. Okay, itu di antara contoh 5 bidang keutamaan. So now we are given by Secretariat untuk problem severity in the focus area or strategy. So our team here, we have a pre-discussion and then kita ada beberapa yang kita boleh highlight sini, but later on we want all the group members also to brainstorm and then either to comment or to add on some of the problem severity yang kita rasa kita nak highlight dalam OACP RNDO kita ya. Okay, I just explain bidang keutamaan pelesenan ya. Our objektif strategi mengukuh kecekapan pejabat awam. Saya ambil example one of our risiko here. Pemalsuan dokumen dalam urusan pelesenan dan fungsi berkanun. Inisiatif adalah memperkukuhkan kawalan dalaman dalam semakkan dokumen. Kita dapati yang ini agak sukar for us to achieve selagi most of our core business yang di automated belum di automated utilize keseluruhannya. Sebagai contohnya, sistem e-R&DO masih pakai kombinasi antara online dan manual, di mana part pembayaran itu masih secara tunai, dan kemasukan data oleh kaki tangan. Manipulasi sistem online oleh kaki tangan yang mempunyai akses di sini, mereka can manipulate the system itself. Sebagai contohnya, sijil boleh di manipulate, boleh dipalsukan. Ini di antara contohnya lah. And then payment juga boleh dimanipulasi by those yang dapat menerima terimaan ya. Dan di sini untuk kita memastikan sistem ini berjalan lancar, also perlu penglibatan agensi lain seperti unit pentadbiran UPPN untuk menambah baik sistem R&DO. So enable to us to achieve this initiative, we need participation from others also. Macam for example, pihak UP, pihak UPPN, and then most of the thing di luar kawalan kita. That's why we feel it untuk achieve this 100% memang ada masalah lah bagi kita. The next one is also berkaitan dengan meningkatkan kapasiti dan kompetensi dalam pelaksanaan fungsi berkanun. Risiko yang kita pilih di sini ketidakpatuhan prosedur dalam urusan pelesenan dan fungsi berkanun. Our initiative is menyemak dan mencadangkan binaan kepada undang-undang supaya ada peruntukan bagi penurunan kuasa, undang-undang lapor atau tidak relevan. So this one, we feel that to achieve this initiative, kita mempunyai kekangan ya. Because certain, sebagai contoh lah, kekaburan akan fungsi serta peranan antara jabatan. Nah, pelaksanaan inisiatif ini memerlukan penglibatan agensi lain juga seperti unit pentadbiran dan juga SAG office ya. Sebab we cannot simply ubah ya polisi or whatever yang melibatkan akta, undang-undang dan sebagainya. So di sini kita mengambil contoh ya, penguatkuasaan untuk setiap premis makanan memiliki lesen perniagaan dari pejabat daerah berkenaan dalam masa yang sama perlu juga sijil pengoperasian dari PBT. Ketidakpastian agensi mana yang perlu mengeluarkan sijil terlebih dahulu dan menguatkuasaan. Ada overlapping juga di sini in term of dia perlu register di pejabat daerah dulu kah? Dia perlu ambil lesen di pejabat PBT kah? Ini cuma satu contoh. Dia ada contoh, for example, yang berkaitan dengan saya ambil senapang patah. Senapang patah. Dalam ordinan juga it's mentioned about pengeluaran peluru only can dikeluarkan oleh DO but not permit, only can sign by DO but not by SAO or other people. Tapi practice on the ground memang sukar because pegawai daerah kadang-kadang dia tak ada di stesen ya. And then apabila orang ramai datang, bukan dia tahu ya, dia memang akan dapat coba sedaya upaya untuk dapatkan servis tersebut. Ini contoh dia. The other one is regarding ada few lah, tak perlu saya elaborate ya. And then the next one, contoh yang kita nak apa nama tu kemukakan. Next slide, please. Okay, in term of kewangan dan perolehan, ya, berkaitan dengan meningkatkan kecekapan dan kawalan pengurusan kewangan dan perolehan, ya, kita di sini ambil contoh risiko menyalahguna kedudukan dalam proses pelantikan pembekal. One of our initiative yang kita cadangkan adalah melaksanakan pertukaran dalaman bidang tugas bagi mematuhi surat perkeliling pertukaran pegawai lah. Jadi kekangan kita di R&DO, we cannot simply buat job rotation. Masalah kita adalah kekangan dari pejawatanan dalam kategori kewangan, and then this one is beyond our control actually lah, ya. Kita tak dapat laksanakan. So this one we feel that it will become problem lah. And then the other sample yang kita mau ketengahkan also adalah under transformasi sosial. Sebagai contohnya, objektif C-nya adalah meningkatkan kompetensi, tabik urus dan integriti ketua masyarakat, ketua kaum kita dan juga JKK. Risiko kita adalah ketidakcekapan dan kurang ketelusan dalam menjalankan tugas dan tanggungjawab sebagai KMKK dan JKK. So inisiatif kita, one of it adalah memohon peruntukan untuk latihan. Jadi masalah kita, there's no peruntukan ya dalam bajet kita untuk melaksanakan khusus program untuk KMKK. Not only this, ya, kita ada few inisiatif kita untuk latihan, pengukuhan integriti apa semua. Sometimes we feel that kita tak dapat buat sebab kebanyakannya memang tak ada peruntukan ya. Okey, ini di antara contoh-contoh yang kita ketengahkan. So later on we would like members also to discuss about this. Mungkin ada lagi from your OACP yang boleh kita highlight, kita boleh masukkan di dalam ini. Cik Nazam, is it okay? Ataupun saya present seterusnya dan slide. Okay.
Can we give? Can we get input from the facilitator?
All right. Okay. Back. Okay, yang berbahagia, Dato' Anis.
Okay, sebenarnya I thought the discussion after you do the short presentation perlu diberi input oleh yang hadir dalam kita punya group ini. Not so much for me. The challenges, cabaran dan apa yang nak berdasarkan what you presented. What are the challenges and the solution untuk kita move forward itu patutnya input itu datang daripada semua yang hadir, bukan daripada. Tapi since I've been given a chance, I must congratulate you, Puan Felicia. Saya melihat, membaca keseluruhan plan anti rasuah Sarike, which I think one of the best that I've come across. You really follow how we did it when I was at GICC, macam mana kita buat NACP. There is one component which I specially made dalam NACP itu adalah foresight, dan saya melihat the Sarike OACP adalah antara plan yang ada foresight juga, yang dibuat foresight. Foresight ini cara kita melihat apakah cabaran masalah yang akan ada datang mungkin 20-30 years ahead, so that we anticipate the problem. Jadi waktu kami buat NACP dulu, kita buat foresight, dan maklumat dari foresight itu digunakan apabila kita membuat perancangan dan aktiviti ataupun inisiatif. Dalam plan yang ada ni, dalam pembentangan ini, ada tidak Puan Felicia dan tim mengambil kira cabaran yang mendatang? So for example, kalau korupsi dia berlaku menggunakan teknologi. Akan datang mereka akan guna Bitcoin dan all this artificial intelligence. Apakah perancangan yang dibuat untuk menjaga supaya you can avoid those potential problem yang baru yang menggunakan teknologi dan menggunakan cara-cara yang kita belum bersedia lagi, tapi sebab itu kita buat foresight supaya dalam OECP kita mengambil kira dan ada inisiatif yang kita buat supaya kita juga bersedia untuk menghadapi cabaran itu. Just a quick question, please.
Okay, Dato', maybe I just show some of our cabaran yang we can think of. One of it is technology. Yeah? Okay, maybe I just briefly cabaran before I answer the last part itu. So ini cabaran yang kita dapat lihat ya. Number one is of course when come to OECP implementation itu sendiri, we feel that pemantauan dan pengukuran keberkesanan pelaksanaan memang sangat penting. As of now, we don't have any method or kaedah as yang secara online. What I mean, kita cuma diberi template, ya, template untuk to check whether our pelaksanaan our initiative itu dilaksanakan mengikut apa yang kita rancang. So of course we would like to suggest kita perlu ada sistem online untuk pelaksanaan dan pemantauan OECP. For example, to come up with dashboard and also kemajuan pencapaian secara quarterly. But this one of course need allocation from the state and also need UPPN to come out with the online system itself lah, so that we know quarterly apa pencapaian kita, and then our dashboard also dapat dimonitor quarterly lah. That one is one. And then when come the next one is sumber kewangan terhad untuk melaksanakan inisiatif. This one memang we only have annual budget, operation budget, but certain of our initiative there memerlukan produkan. So this one also we feel that we need state also to intervene and then to allocate some allocation for us, ya, untuk keperluan pelaksanaan inisiatif. Okay, the other one is kerjasama dan kolaborasi dalam organisasi dan inter agency. Because this one, when come to policy matters, dasar dan sebagainya, we need some agency at top level to be with us. We cannot simply ubah certain thing, you know. So we need guidance from, let's say, from Jabatan Ketua Menteri and other agency when yang spesifik lah. Sebagai contoh untuk semakan ordinan dan sebagainya, we need SAG to be in lah, so that we can achieve initiative. And then the next one, yeah, penggunaan teknologi yang terhad is one of our cabaran also. Kerana kekangan kewangan and also kesungguhan pihak pengurusan atasan untuk mengoptimumkan teknologi dalam penyampaian perkhidmatan. So dalam di sini, as I mentioned just now, we have the digital automation sistem penyampaian perkhidmatan. Sebagai contohnya dalam R&DO ataupun we call it sistem e-R&DO. Kita ada urusan untuk probate, anak angkat, business registration dan sebagainya, automation under sistem online. Tetapi ianya tidak sepenuhnya digitalized because some of it still hybrid. Maksudnya some masih dibuat manually instead of 100% digitalized. That's why we would like, kalau boleh, whatever penyampaian perkhidmatan dalam e-R&DO should be digitalized sepenuhnya, yeah. And yet this one also need policy decision and also peruntukan from the top management lah. So yang ditanya Datuk tadi, whether how we overcome those yang melibatkan teknologi, I think that one at our side we only have automation.
Puan, sorry to interrupt you, Puan. Not specific. I mean, itu just contoh. I think dalam plan itu ada bahagian you buat foresight, kan? Ada section. Okay. Dalam foresight itu ada benda-benda yang you kata menjadi the foresight itu adalah apa dia yang you lihat sebagai senario akan datang.
Ya, kita ada sebenarnya.
Ya, saya tahu, saya dah baca. Tapi
peranan,
isu dia sekarang, macam mana maklumat yang dapat daripada foresight itu digunakan dalam perancangan supaya kita anticipate apa yang akan mendatang, supaya kita boleh address the issue lebih awal. Jangan kita tunggu 5 tahun atau 10 tahun akan datang untuk kita tangani. That was a question.
Ya. Memang kita masukkan that one, because we have put peranan teknologi dalam meningkatkan ketelusan dan mengekang rasuah. That's why what I mentioned just now, one of the sample is e-R&DO, because now kita ada few out of so many core business kita ada few memang sudah automation. But the problem now is not fully digitalized. Maksudnya, some part is already there, but when come to payment, is still under manual, So if to avoid any ruang dan peluang, we would like also from A to Z sampai end user can get the perkhidmatan manually, not manually, but all from our online system, Tak perlulah dia bayar cash, but they can go using online payment. For example, Sarawak Pay is one of the examples. So that any ruang dan peluang by human we can avoid. So, but dalam keadaan yang sebenar, we have ada few. I think banyak yang belum go online system lah.
Boleh kita dapat pandangan daripada mungkin ada wakil dari residensi yang lain yang ada pengalaman yang sama dan isu-isu cabaran yang disebut oleh Puan Felicia tadi yang boleh tambahkan idea mungkin penyelesaiannya, ada approach lain. Anybody?
Share yang cabaran.
Kalau kita boleh share cabaran dan kita minta input yang lain, mungkin kita penambahbaikan daripada apa yang dah ada tu. Mungkin ada pengalaman dari tempat-tempat lain yang boleh kita belajar. That is the exercise kita. Ini adalah sebenarnya untuk kita dapatkan pandangan daripada yang lain-lain juga. Anyone? Kalau tidak, dia jadi dialog saya dengan Puan Felicia saja. Ya, kita adakan breakout rooms ini supaya nak beri peluang. Kalau dalam main room 625 tak mungkin dapat bercakap, tapi bila breakout ni, I think dalam grup ni ada berapa? Ada 74 orang. Okay. Lebih sikit. Jadi mungkin boleh 3-4 kalau boleh pandangan. Anyone?
Ya, pejabat daerah Syria, kita memang setuju apa-apa masalah yang dikemukakan oleh Puan Residen Serike. Memang kebanyakan isu yang sistem itu dia half cooked egg. Macam sebagai contoh, untuk probate dan anak angkat, macam saya boleh approve di rumah. Tapi saya CJ itu masih perlu tanda tangan fizikal saya lagi. Berarti perangan yang datang ke pejabat daerah, kalau saya tak ada di pejabat, dia kena datang balik untuk seolah-olah dapatkan CJ. Sekiranya semua buat secara computerized atau digitalized adalah senang. Apabila saya approve, walaupun saya approve, di pejabat fizikal saya, mereka terus buat free ataupun customer boleh dapat sijil secara digital itu. Itu antara memang betul lah yang dibangkitkan oleh Puan Felicia tadi.
So cadangan Cik Lim apa yang boleh sebagai DO Syrian apa yang boleh kita
Kalau boleh, kalau sistem itu macam Puan Felicia cakap, itu pun perlu pihak pengurusan atasan tertinggi untuk buat polisi supaya tanda-tanda digital dapat dilaksanakan dalam sistem tersebut. Ini antara contoh lah.
Sekretariat boleh ambil tak itu cadangan yang baik itu supaya ada polisi untuk tanda tangan digital tu diguna. Kalau boleh sekretariat tolong tambahkan itu dalam slide. That's a good point. Cik Lim, sorry saya ganggu. You can you finish what you were saying?
Okey, itu sajalah mungkin.
Itu saja. Okey. Yang lain ada Cik Nazam tadi ada cakap apa?
Yang untuk sesi ni memang admin rekodkan untuk
bukan duduk. Alright. Okay, good. Sebab kita nak present nanti balik kan pada main.
Saya Puan Laura, pejabat residen bahagian Kuching ya.
Yeah.
Okay, I come across with the khasnya yang untuk pembayaran gaji for the KMKK lah. Maybe I have to I ada sesi chat dengan one of the DO lah, and then dia sharing the informasi kepada saya walaupun saya tidak jaga this KMKK punya gaji. Because of this gaji, maybe perlu satu sistem lah sebab I tak tahu yang bahagian lain adakah terlebih bayar lepas KK itu sudah tamat perkhidmatan lah.
Okay.
So I think this issue perlu ada satu sistem supaya tidak perlu each time walaupun borang yang untuk hentikan pembayaran satu form tu, form apa sudah saya lupa sudah. Ada siapa-siapa DO yang dapat tolong selamatkan apa form yang perlu diisi sebelum tamatkan gajinya yang perlu diselesai. Walaupun form itu diisi tapi saya dengar ada macam yang sadu daripada DO lah. Mesti Treasury perlu juga satu surat daripada DO yang confirm this KK sudah tidak ada dalam perkhidmatan lah. Baru akan betul-betul stop gajinya. So that I think this thing maybe contohlah kalau ya di Kapit, surat itu correspondent lama sampai ke HQ yang Kuching situ untuk terminatkan gaji itu, yang akan macam melambatkan proses. So satu sistem yang perlu di-enhance lah untuk mengatasi masalah macam itulah supaya beban tu tak jatuh kepada KK itu sebab dia tidak patut terima gaji tapi dia dibayar. Lepas tu dia have to pay back the salary lagi. Itu daripada saya lah. Terima kasih.
Okay, good input. Siapa lagi? Anybody else? Berdasarkan apa yang Puan Felicia bentangkan rancangan anti korupsi Sarike itu, cabaran yang dia sebut dan penyelesaian yang dia rasa, apa lagi yang boleh kita bantu dia? Which we can learn. Maknanya maklumat ini boleh digunakan oleh semua resident dan boleh digunakan di semua tempat sebagai cabaran dan penyelesaian kita semua bersama. Ada sesiapa lagi? Input.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Saya Nurella dari unit pentadbiran. Untuk sistem ERNDO memang di bawah unit pentadbiran. Jadi memang ada plan untuk menaik tarafkan sistem tersebut. Dan akan fully digitalized lah untuk macam yang DO Serian katakan tadi, signature, digitalized signature. Tapi memerlukan masa untuk sebab melibatkan polisi juga dan juga security. So pihak unit pentadbiran, SSMU dan juga sains provide the system. Sedang berbincang untuk menaik tarafkan sistem di bawah ERNDO lah. Termasuk juga macam yang dipropos oleh Puan Felicia dan juga DO Serian tadi untuk memasukkan payment pembayaran mungkin melalui SROP seperti yang Puan Felicia mention tadi. Dan benda ni tengah tengah dalam perbincangan antara pihak kami dengan pihak sains lah. yang
Agak-agak Puan, lama mana untuk kita selesaikan masalah ini supaya boleh dipercepatkan, supaya kita boleh kalau dalam time COVID ini DOC kan dia duduk di rumah, dia tak perlu lepas dia dah buat kerja kena balik ke pejabat untuk masih buat physical signature lagi, supaya semua boleh jaga keselamatan masing-masing dan kesihatan.
we try our best lah untuk expedite the process, tapi melibatkan polisi dan juga melibatkan kewangan jugalah, financial. Dan kita banyak sistem-sistem di bawah IRNDO seperti yang di-mention tadi. Kita ada e-probate, kita ada e-business, kita ada e-adoption, a lot. So kita kena by stages untuk tackle all this system. So it's hard for me to say bila agak-agaknya sebab kita tengah
maaf ya. Maaf kita cuma ada 2 minit untuk wrap up untuk discussion ni sebelum kita balik ke main room untuk buat presentation.
Oh, okay. So the main thing adalah benda ni tengah dalam perbincangan lah. Okay. Terima kasih.
Puan Felicia, maybe the last 1 or 2 minutes you want to bagi penutup, unless if there's anybody else, ada tak sesiapa lagi ada cadangan yang baik untuk kita ambil? Kalau tidak, mungkin saya lihat ada yang dah menulis cadangan-cadangan yang baik juga. Saya harap kita dapat ambil juga poin yang ditulis ni, ada poin addressing blockchain dan sebagainya, kita boleh ambil. Ya. Puan Felicia, maybe you want to give your final conclusion of what you have achieved, but congratulations. I think excellent work that you have done, and your monitoring, this is great work, and I hope semua pun dapat menjalankan benda yang sama seperti yang ditunjukkan oleh Puan Felicia di Sarike.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Dato'. So in fact, our pentadbiran bahagian Sarike also in the learning process. Actually, we need a clear guideline dan sebagainya, and usually we will refer to union lah kalau ada kemuskilan dan sebagainya. But we try to our best to achieve. But secara I don't know, perlu konsensus also dari RNDO yang lain. Yang cabaran I just highlight 4 just now. 4 saja, but we try to include yang KMKK tadi. Yang of course number 1 is we need online system to monitor dan to measure our achievement dalam OACP itu satu. We feel that ianya perlu just like yang kita buat dengan our PAC di state lah. We have a good system that we know the achievement of our plan. Okay, yang kedua tadi of course regarding kalau yang lain bersetuju semualah. Yang kedua tadi adalah regarding yang
why don't we show that slide? Slide yang ada cabaran dan penyelesaian itu. Boleh tunjukkan?
Tunjukkan slide. Okey, sumber kewangan yang terhad. This one we really need it from the state lah. I think ada RNDO also sama. We have so many initiative yang memerlukan some awareness program, latihan dan sebagainya. Without any allocation, we cannot achieve our target, you know. And of course kerjasama sama ada within the RNDO sendiri dan juga also outside ya, yang memerlukan intervention, memerlukan policy makers, dasar-dasar dan sebagainya lah yang melibatkan akta ordinan. That one we really need top management ataupun ada agensi di luar lah. Ya. Okay, and then the last one kita akan highlight about the technology lah. Okay, setuju semua? Sudah?
Setuju.
Okay. Nanti kita just tambah sikit-sikit lah. Oh? Alright. Okay, thank you very much.
I think we have come to the end of our webinar today. So to me, frankly, this has been a really fascinating and engaging discussion. We have very, very good presentation and sharing of information and also experiences by 3 of our eminent speakers here. And I want to thank all the panelists for their really insightful presentation and discussion. So I think we have come to the end of really the end. So before we leave, I would like to share with you this thing that I learned from my ethics professor when I was doing my master's. He always reminded us, speak with honesty, think with sincerity, and act with integrity. So with that, thank you very much. I am Madeline Burma, signing off. Have a good day, everyone. Stay safe, and thank you very much. Stay safe. Thank you.